This. Um, we shall be doing New Game Plus Part 5 just to see how long it is. Um, this will be treated as though it were a proper New Game Plus stream, as if it were like a Saturday or a Sunday. Um, just in case it happens to be like, what, 6 hours long or something like that. And yeah. So, Stas and Patrick, if you are watching this, that means that this is way too long of a part, and we can't possibly do it on Sunday. So I will, if that is the case, you may or may not have to watch this. I may or may not summarize this. I will have probably linked it to you already though, so just in case you were curious as to what happens after our initial thing. We have some weeklies to do as well, but I think I'm gonna do that after stream. Day is young after all, we can do whatever we want, so I think we should just go straight into it and try and get through this part 5. We'll only do part 5. If it turns out to be just 2 or 3 hours, then well, it will be a shorter stream. So yeah, let's get straight to it then. Part 5. Part 5, we killed the rest of the primals, I believe. You probably heard that in the other parts of the game, there were some other primals that we just did not fight. We only fought Garuda, Ifrit, and Titan. This is the part where we fight the rest of them. Subsequently, I'm pretty sure this is around where Patrick left off, but I don't know exactly when or exactly where. So let's just fucking do it. I should probably also turn down the music as well. It's at max right now, but it's been really loud, so yeah. Alright, the price of principles, that is in the Waking Sands. One thing that I did yesterday though is get more E-Fright tickets so I can teleport for free now. Some more, at least 189 more times. I do still have some weeklies to get the allied seals I would need to buy more though, because weekly reset was just this morning, so feasibly I can get way more. And that might be what the rest of the stream is all about if we when we finish part 5 here. I'm just gonna play until the end of part 5, and yeah, just see how long it takes, because like, good Christ, these parts can be so inconsistent. They cut out a lot of A Realm Reborn, and to my knowledge, they like cut out a lot of unnecessary fluff. I don't know how much they. I know for a fact that they cut out only 20 of the 100 side quests, or not side quests, but patch quests. There are 100. Before there were 100 of them in between A Realm Reborn and Heavensward, and now there are 80. But keep in mind that half of those are the lead up to Heavensward, and the other half of those are the exact aftermath of Realm Reborn. So it might be a little more expedited, or it might not. I don't know which of the 20 quests they removed after all. It could have been all 20 quests were removed from the first beginning half here, and we only have 30 quests to go through in part 5, which sounds like a lot, but it could be like a bunch of nothing. Who knows? Let's just... yeah. Somnus? It pleases me to see you well. Do excuse me for interrupting, Somnus, my lady. My lady, the gentleman from Ashgana Exports has just left. I understand now why you didn't want to receive him. You did well, Tataru. Please inform the guards that we will not be receiving any further guests this afternoon. Thank you, my lady. Ever since we defeated Gaius von Balsar and destroyed his ultimate weapon, the eyes of the world have followed our every move, scarce remembering to blink. Where once we worked in secret, with precious few friends and all too many enemies, we are now besieged by benefactors, each one more eager than the last to offer us his complete support. A true embarrassment of riches. Of course, every promise of patronage comes with a price. Some make their intentions known from the start, while others endeavor to engage us more subtly. Dress it how they will, the message is ever the same. We shall help you, but only if you help us. The gentleman Tataru spoke of was more brazen than most. In exchange for certain supplies, he would have us resolve a business dispute. Naturally, I refused him, as I have every other merchant of his ilk. Alas, the syndicate's overtures are not so easily rejected. When we formed the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, it was with the goal of serving Eorzea, not the interests of individual Eorzeans. Our neutrality is fundamental to our cause. In my heart, I know this to be true, and yet, if accepting these offers of patronage could empower us to do greater good, might they not warrant greater consideration? Our Baldician colleagues have been generous beyond measure, but we cannot expect them to. Forgive me, I did not mean to burden you so. Yet my urge to share this dilemma may not be wholly misguided. Might I impose upon you to consult the others? They are like to have their own opinions on this matter. Coincidentally enough, also, this is where the game gets boring. This is Realm Reborn. Well, from what I remember, this is where Realm Reborn was at its most boring. But who knows? It's been like what, 4 years, so. And I haven't seen the expedited versions of the quest. I should probably read through all this. Yeah. We didn't get Fankred's take, unfortunately. Recall you our meeting with the Admiral shortly after Lominson sent word of summoning the Titan. Then mayhap you may also recall my words to our host. I said unto Marilub that her people had broken their treaty with the kobolds, and that the beastmen had justly responded. That we have been called to intervene in a conflict which she herself had invited. I spoke in short the truth. And wherefore did I speak it? Because, owing no allegiance to Limsa, I felt no compulsion to allow the Lominsons to distort the facts to fit the narrative which justified their actions and absolved them of guilt. Upon this subject, Minfilia can expect a similar reply. Our many alliances with the city-states have already weakened our claim to neutrality, but the path she contemplates would see us relinquish it entirely. None can deny that we would benefit from more support, but if it comes at a cost to our principles. Neutrality was ever a delicate matter. I've lost count of the times I've had to explain to people that our allegiances need not necessarily lie in the same place as our headquarters. Mind you, if we are to sell our services for Gil, we might as well declare our fealty to Old now and have done with it. I'm sure Ida would enjoy the bribes. I've been receiving a lot of gifts lately, but Papolimo keeps making me send them back. It wouldn't be so bad, but some of them are really nice. I mean, very nearly abandon your principles nice, you know? Oh boy, it's time to speak in fucking Macbeth here. 'Tis the lot of the powerful to attract the covetous as well as the needy. Thus doth prudence dictate that those with power proffer aid from with one hand, whilst the other rest of ever on their hilt. Alas, we have not the luxury of time to decipher our petitioners' machinations. Nay, while the beast tribes do labor unseen, defiant in defeat, to raise up their fallen primals once more. Doubt not that they shall return, stronger and bolder both, nor that we shall be the ones to meet them. The sacred charge shall ever be ours. 'Tis but a pity we are so few, and our fortunes so finite. Did you catch that? Don't worry, he lost me at the third bubble, man. Anyways, what's Alphino's opinion? This situation is not wholly unexpected. I too have given much thought to our organization's future, though it would seem I have reached a different conclusion. Mayhap it is time I made my feelings known to the antecedent. Come along, Miss Omnis. Fucking, you're bolder than the rest of them. Just going straight up to the leader and say, this is what I feel, as opposed to... Alphino, Somnus, is aught amiss? You desired counsel, and so you shall have it, Minfilia. Minfilia, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn must leave Ul'dah. We must do what? So long as we remain within Ul'dah territory, we will never be free to act with impunity. Moving our headquarters to Vesper Bay only delayed the inevitable. We have demonstrated our capabilities, and the Syndicate has taken note. They will not suffer our organization to remain independent now. We are far too dangerous for that. Surely you realize that they are the reason Vesper Bay still lacks a Nephrite. They know full well how beneficial one would be to our cause, which is why it and other favors will be denied us unless we cooperate. If Ul'dah is no longer suitable, where would you have us go? Experience has taught us that the appearance of neutrality is as important as reality. Accordingly, we must keep each of the great nations at arm's length and plant our banner in a place which all agree to be beyond their borders. Mordona. Revenant's Toll, to be precise. It lies within neutral territory and offers all the essential facilities we require. By way of an additional benefit, it is also frequented by a veritable legion of adventurers who may serve to supplement our ranks. I am, of course, conscious of the fact that we have developed a certain bond with Ul'dah and her people over the years. But I truly believe this is to be the best course of action. As you yourself observed, we have invaluable ties to the local community, forged through years of concerted effort. Ul'dah is our home, Alphino. To cast aside everything we have built and restart anew in a desolate wasteland would be beyond reckless. The decision is yours to make, Antecedent. I ask only that you recall of a shared purpose which first moved us to found the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, and which moved you to found the path of the 12 Erevat. We aspire to an ideal, you and I, just as my grandfather did. That makes us more than mere comrades in arms. Oh, by the way, I don't know if either of you actually caught this, but Alphino and Alize, not only are they twins, but they are the grandchildren of Louis Soir, who averted the calamity. I say the first calamity, yes. They averted the calamity 5 years ago at the Battle of Carteneau when Bahamut. You'll actually be able to, if you watch the opening cutscene to A Realm Reborn, the actual opening cutscene, not the one that I played in game, or the Answers trailer on YouTube. It'll show the final moments of 1.0, aka the final moments of the Battle of Carteneau and the calamity, of which all the characters in this game speak of, and Louis Soir is the old elf guy who makes a big shield to shield Eorzea from Bahamut's wrath and thus Terraflare. There's an interesting storyline about the aftermath of that we delve into in the Boils of the Coils of Bahamut. But again, I'm not too sure if I want to do that. I might do that if this stream ends up being too short, and and I want to, yeah, if this part ends up being too short, then I'll probably play through the coils, or at least a majority of them, and then send the VOD over your way. But for now, I don't think we're gonna touch coils or Labyrinth of the Ancients quite yet. So, even though both are important to the main story and thus understanding the main story, but not right now. Let's see. We are as much to your family as that we all have now. I'm sure you have some familial affairs of your own to attend to. Your concern is most generous, but no. I have left them in the hands of men better suited to the task than I. I could not very well allow my personal affairs to come before the needs of the Order, after all. Right. It is a very bright, sunny, and beautiful day today. So, and I'm spending it inside, yes, as I always do. Confound it. She knows what must be done, and she still hesitates. All because of these fanciful rumors. I should explain. Minfilia's mother, well, adopted mother, was among the great many who perished during the calamity. Philomene was her name. Though you may know her better as the songstress of Ul'dah. She was a performer of singular talent, and much beloved by the people of Eorzea, not to mention a certain Shylian minstrel. As you may imagine, the news of her passing was greeted with shock and disbelief by her adoring followers, many of whom refused to acknowledge what had happened. That her body was never found only served to encourage speculation. Minfilia, too, struggled at first to accept the truth, but as Philomene's absence stretched from months into years, she saw that there could be no other explanation. Until recently at any rate. For whatever reason, rumors have once again begun to circulate that Philomene is alive and well. One of our informants, Father Illud, has sent word that a woman matching the songstress description has been seen of late at the seaside resort of Costa del Sol. If we could succeed in tracking her down, I have no doubt that any worries that now plague Minfilia's heart might be assuaged. That's the proper word. Anyways, I mean to set forth for Lenoska at once. Let us reconvene there and inquire with Master Gegaruju as to the veracity of these rumors. So, I'm just gonna put it in layman's terms to just show how pathetic this whole entire line of quests is. Minfilia doesn't want to leave the Waking Sands, not because of any particular allegiance to Ul'dah, because she says she's neutral. She doesn't want to leave because she misses her mommy. It's the equivalent of not moving house because your mother, because it's your parents' house, but like your parents are like gone, you know, or they've already moved out. That's like literally the equivalent. It's kind of pathetic in a way. Let's see here. Our Philomene is in Wineport somewhere. At least we're going to ask about her in Wineport. Alright. You don't know anything. Or at least that was the information you gave. Why would I have to ask you ever? I don't know you. I guess I just had to walk up to a random person and ask them, hey yo, do you know this, you know, I should probably keep my mouth shut. Hey, you're not a random. Why would I have not have asked him first? I actually have a very vivid memory of going into a dungeon here. I think it was Brave Lox's long stop. I didn't mention it before, but I have a vivid memory of going into it. No. It was another leveling dungeon that's completely unrelated. We went into a dungeon together with peoples, and they were Lullafels. And then Patrick said in party chat, yelled out, "Tiny people!" And I should have told him they can read that. That's party chat. They can read that. He's like, "Oh, excuse me." Oh man, that memory just got unlocked for me for some reason. I'm in your debt, stranger. I did not realize my activities had roused the Gubu's ire until it was too late. Their oils can be used to make perfume, you see, and I... Feeling mean? I don't... Who are you? Whom do you serve? It appears you've already found our woman. Consider me impressed, my friend. The songstress of Ul'dah, I presume? Minfilia, or should I say, Ascilla, is looking for you. Ascilla? Or Celia? You are the very picture of health, milady, yet the world thinks you dead. I can only conclude that this was by design. The question is why? Not everyone who endeavors to find me does so with the best intentions, child. You will be pleased to know that I fully intend to reveal myself to Minfilia when the time is right. Oh, well, that does please me. More than you know. But tell me, sojourns in the forest of Lunuska aside, when exactly will the time be right? When I deem it so. Do you imagine I traveled all this way on a whim? As I was telling your associate prior to your intrusion, I came here to harvest these flowers for use in a perfume. Does that satisfy your curiosity, or would you interrogate me further? My apologies for the interruption. Anyway, now that we all have that which we came for, might we continue this conversation in a safer locale? Wineport, you say? I love how there are straight up just street lamps here. I mean, like, yeah, street lamps have been a thing for centuries. They're not really a city or urban thing. It's just funny to me to see such contemporary looking street lamps on such wild roads, you know. This is not at all how I had envisioned it. I can scarce begin to imagine what emotions will go through Minfilia's heart when she reunites with her mother after all these years. I guess we shall take her now. Oh, thank God it teleports me here. It saves me the trouble. Oh my God. That was like the only time. That's like the only time they teleport you just straight up to the Waking Sands. Is that a new thing, or was that a thing always? Cause fucking that, like, wow. Holy shit! It never does that. Antecedent, you have a guest. Lamine? Celia. I haven't seen her like this in years, Somnus. Excuse. I never truly believed it when they told me you were dead. But what kept you away for so long? The Imperials came for me, as I knew they would, and so I resolved to stay as far away from you as I could, lest their pursuit of me endanger you and our cause. I could think of no better way to grant you the freedom to continue our work. And continue it you did, achieving things I would not have imagined possible. I followed your every success, and celebrated in secret. I'm so proud of you, Acelia. I learned from the best. I have a gift for you. Celestia... Celestia? Whatever. Perfume! You remembered! How could I ever forget? You wore it all the time. If ever I lost sight of you, I could find you again just by following my nose. I did not think it was made anymore. You must have gone to so much trouble. It was no trouble to me, my darling. I fear I cannot say the same for Somnus, however. I could not have made it without him. Thank you, Somnus. Thank you both. There's something else. This is the cat's eye I found. All these years you kept it. My father was a member of the Alamegan Resistance. When I was yet a child, he brought me here to Ul'dah. The accident which claimed his life happened shortly after our arrival. It was Lamine who took care of me then. She raised me as her own, taught me everything I needed to know to survive. I'm no stranger to the facts of your history, yet I fear I failed to grasp their implications. It is clear that there is much I do not know about you and your mother both. One of her first lessons to me concerned mining, and I was a very dedicated student. This cat's eye was the first stone I unearthed. It wasn't much, of course, but I was exceedingly proud to have found it nonetheless. So I gave it to Lamine as a gift. She said it was beautiful. But there, I'm at a loss. Why are you returning this to me? Is something amiss? No, Acelia. Nothing is amiss. Quite the opposite. I need you to realize how far you've come, and how much further you must still go. You and your allies have accomplished more than I could have ever hoped. You have succeeded where I failed, and made me so proud that words fail me. But even as I marvel at the woman you've become, and at all the many things you've done, I cannot help but think of that which you have yet to do, and of what it may entail. Acelia, daughter, you cannot stay here anymore. You and the Scions must leave Ul'dah. Well, I mean... You've built it once, Cecilia. You can build it again, and this time we'll do it together. Truly? Alphino, the time has come for the Scions to leave Vesper Bay. We shall establish a new headquarters in Revenant's Toll as you proposed. Much work lies ahead of us. Inform our fellow Scions and send word to the students about Odyssean. Preparations begin at once. By the way, this is annoying. Because it's not simply as though we accept this quest and move to the Hicks quest over in Revenant's Toll. No. We have to go through the entire fucking process of packing everything up, moving all the boxes, transporting it all in a U-Haul truck, and then unpacking everything. Yes. Precisely in that order, precisely as I described it. Actually, I may lie. I don't know. I don't know. This might have been part of the quest they cut out. I don't know what quests they did cut out, but I will say this. We do have to go through the moving process. It's not as though we accept this quest, go to Revenant's Call, and finish the quest. No. Let's see. It is all well and good that we have found ourselves a new home in Revenant's Toll, but there's still so much to be done, and in so little time. Our first step will be to secure the cooperation of the Adventurers Guild representatives here. There. Were it not for the Guild's considerable efforts, the original... Oh, yes, right, we have to actually... Before we get to pack up and put everything into boxes, pack everything into a U-Haul truck, and then drive over there, we have to establish the fact that we will be tenants there first. And sign all the proper paperwork. Oh, man, I am making too many parallels to actual moving out, but, like, truly, that's kind of what it is. However, with construction still ongoing and resources in short supply, it seems certain that the Guild will require something in return for their support, sympathetic to our cause though may be. Whatever they ask, I shall not begrudge it. To be plain, we need them more than they need us. Without their assistance, such essential tasks as securing new facilities, cultivating relationships with local merchants, and recruiting adventurers would prove difficult, if not impossible. You need not concern yourself with such matters, antecedent. Really, Alphino? If I need concern myself with anything, it surely matters such as these. Indirectly, perhaps. I submit that you might instead concern yourself with a different matter, namely, to whom the resolution of such matters might best be entrusted. And here I am, nor do I come alone. May I present the esteemed emissary of the Adventurers Guild at Revenant's Toll. It is an honor, antecedent. Upon receiving word of your intentions from Master Alphino, we thought it best to begin talks at the earliest available opportunity. Know that my associates at Revenant's Toll hold the science of the Seventh Dawn in the highest regard. We should be honored to welcome your organization. There are, of course, certain provisions which needs be negotiated. If it please you, I would do so. It does. Sir, unless I am much mistaken, you are the one known as Somnus, are you not? Are you not? May I say what a pleasure it is to make your acquaintance. Slaffmore spoke of you in the most glowing terms. To steal an Imperial Reaper, and then use it to infiltrate a Garlean castrum, is an undertaking few would contemplate, and fewer still survive. You shall always be welcome at Revenant's Toll. We hope you will favor us with your presence again ere long. Well, it would seem your reputation precedes you, Somnus. Mayhap I should dispatch you to Revenant's Toll with all haste, as first intended. But before that, I dare say you have earned yourself a rest. After all, you have traveled so far, and there is already so much you have done for us, and for me. We will speak again anon. Till then, take care. I just accepted a quest. Oh, it's just gonna show a cutscene of my character sleeping or something. Reading a book. Eh, close enough. Ah, Somnus. Were you able to get some rest? I would ask you to come with me to the Solar. Alphino had just returned, and it would seem there is something he would share with us. You're here. Good. I come bearing news. The negotiations are concluded. And? Our friends at the Adventurers Guild have agreed to furnish us with new facilities and material support in exchange for our assistance on the ongoing defense and development of Revenant's Toll. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn shall have a new home in Mordona, the Rising Stones. A bittersweet victory, if truth be told. I cannot deny that I had come to look forward to Tartaru's tales of our many guests and their many, many demands. From the Waking Sands to the Rising Stones. Passably poetic. That wasn't your doing, was it? I too have news to share. In expectation of this momentous day, I personally informed the Alliance leaders of our plans, and they have each pledged their full support, General Roban included. Moreover, I have decided that the time is right for us to cast off the vestiges of our Order's veil of secrecy and announce ourselves to the world. Are you sure that is wise, Antecedent? If anything, it is mere formality. Our existence is quite possibly the worst kept secret in Eorzea. Let us affirm our identity, proclaim our achievements, that all may know what the Scions of the Seventh Dawn stand for. I won't be a nobody anymore. Well, obvious risks apart, it would be nice to receive a little more recognition. It would be nice to not do fetch quests to prove that I'm a guy capable of doing things. And the people have a right to know who saved them. It is my hope that this gesture will encourage the people of Eorzea to place their trust in us. I would reveal to them the true extent of our power, yes, but in doing so, I would show them that it is a power accountable to no one, and at once to all. And what of us? We who have failed Primos and faced down the Empire. To you, my fellow Scions, I would say this. Prepare for the challenges which lie ahead, for they will be great indeed. Great, I say, yet no greater than us, and we will rise to them, as we have time and again, united as one. There's must be some way I can. Wait, that area said to be rich in minerals. Should I ask Philemine to teach me the basics of mining, too? That's establishing something, maybe. Alright. Deliver the documents to Slathborn at Revenant's Toll. I guess maybe they changed this so that we don't have to pack everything up, huh? I don't know if it's straight up they cut quests or they rearranged quests, or I mean I know they rearranged a couple of them and rearranged maybe cutscenes as well to be tied to different quests. I don't know how to the extent. I mean, considering it's only 20 quests cut, you might think you'd have to think like, are those like particularly big quests, or are those quests merged into other quests? What's going on with that? Right, because a lot of people are playing Realm Reborn now. Like, there's a shit ton of people in Mordona now, so things load a lot slower. Back to do the work of a dozen men, I see. But I jest. Even I can appreciate that an important man such as yourself has a little time for menial tasks. But since you're here, mayhap you'd be keen on having a look around the Scions' new home. See that impressive structure over there? That's the place. It was originally built to house a branch of the guild, you see. As such, it comes complete with a tavern where adventurers can rest from the road, fill their bellies with good food and drink, and their ears with tales of fortunes to be had about the realm. It may be a bit raucous at times, but I imagine it will be a good place as any to recruit capable men and women to your cause. Come with me. I'll show you around. Is that you, Somnus? I'm sorry to interrupt, but I have urgent news. We received grim tidings from Gridania, and it would appear our aid is required at once. I must ask you to report back to the Waking Sands with all due haste. Is everything quite alright, my friend? I have to pray return to the Waking Sands again. I can't say I'm privy to the details, but it will appear there's no time for a leisurely tour. But no worries, you can rest assured that I'll see to all necessary arrangements. Pray return any time after you've seen to your more pressing matters. Alright. Fucking this. It's also gonna be really frustrating because the Aphrodite here at Mordana is always programmed to be at the very bottom of the list no matter what. Of the teleport list. And as you can see, it's a very extensive teleport list. The more the expansions pile on more new areas, the more we would have to scroll in order to get to Revenant's Toll. You can see Shadowbringers areas cover up the entirety of that page. So you. Garuda again? Wait, what? Oh, this is where we fight Remove, isn't it? Actually. I think. Though I completely... it would be nice to get the context, because I completely forgotten the context of why we fight Remu in particular. I knew this day would come, yet I prayed it would not come so soon. We have reason to believe that another primal, or an entity resembling one, has been summoned in Gridania. Fine arrival is customarily timely, Somnus. The etheric waves leave little room for doubt. Thy talents will be needed ere long. If there be truth in my suspicions, 'tis a familiar foe we face, though one quite unlike the Lady of the Vortex. We dare not draw conclusions without evidence, but as Urianger says, her readings bear a strong resemblance to ones observed more than 5 years ago. Though I had hoped oh no. I mean, oh yes, I mean, it's gonna be piss easy regardless, but this is one of the longer ones. Let's see. Suffice it to say, this disturbance warrants a full investigation. Presence have been requested by Commander Huloy. Huloy? He awaiteth thee at the Adder's Nest. Pray hasten to Gridania, Somnus. Ida and Papalima will rendezvous with you there. May you walk in the light of the crystal. May the force be with you. Live long and prosper. Gotta catch 'em all. Before we do this, I kinda actually want to fight the Moguls as a Dark Knight because of no particular reason. And to do that, I actually want to edit my Dark Knight glamour a little bit. Not too drastically, mind you. Just a little bit. The glamour plate I have for my Dark Knight right now is, or all my tanks in general actually, but it's primarily Dark Knight because it actually, the plate uses a Dark Knight weapon. You know, I should probably make it tank neutral and get rid of the weapon, which is what I will promptly do, right about now. Will not take long. By the way, being a Dark Knight here would be damn near impossible because actually no, completely impossible. Because not only do you, oh come on, seriously. Not only do you need to have the Heavensward expansion, which, by the way, comes free with a free trial now, so you know, it's not as it's not as much of an issue, but cast glamour. I have a new weapon, by the way. This is why I wanted to do this. But even if you reach this point with the Heavensward expansion, you cannot unlock Dark Knight. You have to, in order to unlock Dark Knight, you have to have actually reached Heavensward. Because Dark Knight is unlockable to new area. That's why every job since Heavensward, since Dark Knight and Astrologian, every job since then is unlockable in one of the starting cities, so that players wouldn't have to go through all of this in order to unlock the new job if they wanted to play the new job. They will still have to level up to that point still, but you know, it's a lot more fair than especially like if you buy a level boost. You can go through the story as the new job if you buy a level boost. So just buy a level boost, go to the new job, and like say you want to play through A Realm Reborn as Gunbreaker, you just buy a level boost for whatever your starting job is, boost up, and then go over to where the Gunbreaker NPC is, and unlock Gunbreaker, and there you can go through the rest of the game as a Gunbreaker. Which is why me playing as Gunbreaker is actually theoretically possible. If you care enough for it. But me playing as Dark Knight is absolutely impossible. It never could happen. Because I just straight up would not be able to unlock Dark Knight at this point of the game, at this point of the story. Again, technically I wouldn't be able to be a Gunbreaker as well, but because Gunbreaker is unlockable in the in Gridania, once you hit level 60, theoretically, if I had done nothing but level up my starting job all the way up to level 60, and then unlocked Gunbreaker and then in there, I could go for the entire story as a Gunbreaker. But like I said before, the same cannot be said for Paladin. And I actually went to the wrong place. I was supposed to go to the Conjurer's Guild, but whatever, we can walk. And again, I just want, because we're gonna fight the Moogle boss next. Yes, we're fighting a living Moogle, or we're fighting a Moogle. That's a primal. And you know, no particular reason why I want to be Dark Knight for that. Just I want to be a Dark Knight for it. Please, you have to stop them! But you mustn't kill them! They're not bad Moogles, Kupo. They're just misguided. A no, firm thrashing is in order. Yes, but no. Calm yourself, Kupo Cop. Can you not see that he hasn't even the faintest idea what you're talking about? Be quiet this instant. Pray forgive this witless outburst, sister. Most grateful I am that you have come, Samus, and upon such short notice. Truly, Gridania could not wish for a more stalwart ally. But you are doubtless eager to know wherefore we summoned you. Our friend Kupo Cop has brought us news of a most unsettling development. It would seem that good King Mogomog the 12th has returned to Eorzea. A curious thing to hear, I know. Truth to tell, I myself cannot say for sure if he is a genuine figure from history or some manifestation of Moogle mythology. Kupo here would have me believe the former. Once upon a time, we Moogles served the gods in the heavens. It was quite nice up there, unspeakably beautiful and unimaginably spacious, and with a literally endless supply of wine, Kupo! In spite of this, or possibly because of the last part, the gods eventually became discontented and started squabbling, which made life jolly difficult for the poor Moogles. So good King Mogomog the 12th, may his glorious name live forever, decreed that the time have come to leave Kupo. The realm of man would suffice, he said, so all the Mughals should live there instead. Lies. Unfortunately, the two realms are so far apart that they couldn't safely fly down. But good King Mogomog the 12th, may his miraculously foresight ever be praised, knew exactly what to do, Kupo. He had a rope, you see, the longest one ever woven. This he nobly held while his subjects climbed all the way down to the world below. And that is how we Mughals came to this land, Kupo. All of us except good King Mogomog the 12th. May his courageous sacrifice never be forgotten. He would alone remain in the heavens, so that Mughal kind might last no peace. Except that he has not remained in the heavens, from what I understand, that being your reason for contacting us, yes? I'll bet he tied the rope to something. Good thinking. Remind me again what problem was with him returning to Asia? The problem, Nita, lies in the fact that he was summoned. It is our belief that good King Mogomog the 12th is a myth made manifest via means akin to these employed by the beast tribes and the summoning of their gods, which, by the way, is indeed the case. Because, Kupo Cop here is making you believe that every Mughal came from heaven and went down. In fact, there's this thing called the Cloud Sea. It's a set of islands in the sky. It's a really cool location. We'll explore it in Heavensward. That's where the Mughals came from, and evidently enough, they did not all leave. Yeah. Wait, you're saying a handful of Mughals with a boatload of crystals wished really, really hard, and he just sort of appeared? Would that even work? What I cannot fathom is why they would even try. When with Garuda humbled and the ultimate weapon destroyed, what new threat could have prompted them to take so drastic a measure? Might that not in itself be the answer? Twice in the last half-decade, Eorzea has been brought into the very brink of destruction, only to be spared at the last by the heroics of a chosen few. To you, who braved those tempests and survived by virtue of your own strength, this latest period of peace will doubtless seem a welcome respite. But to those who had not the power to defend themselves, who were spared only by another's grace, this is merely the calm before the storm. I think the Mogul's Guard are afraid of what tomorrow will bring, and that things may not end so well as they did yesterday. That fear has driven them to call upon a greater power, one they believe can be relied upon to protect their loved ones and their homes come what may. I assure you the Mogul's Guard only want to protect the forest from outsiders, but ever since the return of good King Mogomog the 12th, may his boundless grace fill our hearts with love, have started to get a little carried away, Kupo. Verging a lot, in fact. Like the sylphs who summoned Ramu, you mean? We cannot discount the possibility that this entity is influencing the Mughals in a manner similar to that of a primal. We share the same concern. Whoever or whatever the king may be, it is our belief that... Oh, fuck. That was a misclick. Whatever. Fucking... You want me to kill him, yes? Yes, that's all I needed to know. So you wanted me to kill him. From one king to the next, I will gladly do so. Long live the king, bitches. By the way, there's a quest. It's not available right now because I'm not a conjurer. But when you reach level 30 conjurer, right before you do your light mage quest, so supposedly that's when you're supposed to do it, you get a unicorn mount by way of quest. A quest that I have yet to do, even though I have a level 80 white mage. I'm just too lazy to turn into a conjurer to do that. Might do it on stream, I don't know. But we're already an hour in and we're killing our first primal. Out of 4, as I've just now realized. So, because I completely forgot that we had to kill, good King Magamag the 12th. I completely forgot about that. So, yeah, this may be the longer part that I have Sauce and Patrick look at and watch. Or maybe not, you know, it depends on them. I can summarize these all in like a paragraph or two. Right. Sweet boom here. Don't you dare lie to me, Kupo! I know what you're planning, and I won't allow it! Open your eyes, Kupo! The king will never be satisfied, no matter how many crystals you give him! Fucking menacing. Oh shit. We offered you a choice, and this is how you repay us? By consorting with this Mikote? Imperials, Gridanians, Sylphs, you're no different from the rest of them. Actually, you're worse, Kupo. Traitor to his kins, Mughals. He plots treason against the crown. Enough! Kupo Cop will answer for his crimes soon enough, and will all who defy the will of good King Magamag the 12th. May his reign forevermore. Kupo. The king is planning to purge the Clovewood of his enemies, Kupo. We've got to stop him before it's too late. Speak. Oh no! An escort mission. Well. Alright, come on, buddy. Let's go. Is he gonna follow us, or is it gonna... Oh. Oh, he is going to follow us. Hold up. Where's the... Oh, you. I actually really like using Machinist for escort missions, so that I don't have to stray too far. So he just follows me. Okay, right. That's great. I can run him. Ah, there they go. All at the end. Alright, here we are. Okay, attune yourself to the warded entrance, so that we can teleport past ourselves. The rest is up to you, Kupo. Now, go and teach those foolish Mughals a lesson and send the king back whence he came. Okay, murder him hard. That's great. Forward march hard. I'm gonna undersize this. Because this will be over in like an instant. If I do it as level 80. Also, very blatant this is Halloween. Very blatant this is Halloween ripoff. This is what plays during this fight. Huh, they don't die in one hit. They die pretty close to one hit. That's the last of them? No, there's one more. And there he goes. You did it, Kupo! You did it! Good King Magomag the 12th, may his mighty soul rest in peace, is no more! I shudder to think what might have happened had you not stopped the Mogo's guard when you did. Thank you, Somnus. Perhaps now they'll come to their senses and stop playing at fairy tales. Rest assured that the chieftain will have choice words for them, too. You should go and tell Pukni Pak that the king is no more, Kupo. She's with Raya O at Camp Tranquil and can relay the news to the chieftain. She's got it. Oh, oops. Up here. Hello. The king is dead. Back to the Lotus Stand. This time I will teleport to the Conjurer's Guild, not Mikado's. Conjurer's Guild, there it is. Save myself the trouble. Alright, so this may realistically take like 4 hours. If it's gonna take on average an hour to kill a primal. So it's barely over what's acceptable. This may be a viewed VOD later. Somnus, you are returned to us, unharmed and victorious. Thus have I 2 reasons to be glad. Yet many questions remain unanswered. If you would be so kind as to oblige me, I would fain hear all that occurred in Fornmarch. I killed a king, and all his subjects. Then it is as we feared. The king really is a primal. But he really isn't, is he? I mean, the Mughals don't worship him, from one thing. He's not even a god to them. That doesn't sound like any primal I've ever heard of. Then mayhap the fault lies within the definition. The fact remains that through a combination of the power contained in the crystals and the force of their collective faith, the Mughals called forth a being that by rights should not exist. Moreover, when slain, said being left no corpse, the ether which comprised them being instead scattered to the four winds. According to the accepted definition, he may not be a primal, but the mode of his manifestation was in every aspect the same. Which means... Asians! This whole business reeks of their handiwork! Popo? They said it was a masked man who had taught them how years ago, but Gridania has no shortage of masked men, and I never thought to question... Confound it all! How many more will they ensnare? Too many, I fear. So long as there are paragons to stir the embers, fools to build the pyre, and crystals to feed the flames, ever and again shall we suffer primal visitation. A somber thought, but a solitary one. My heartfelt thanks on this. Already the information you have provided has proven invaluable. The Grand Serpent Marshal and I have much to discuss. Oh, before you do, my lady, I was hoping we might finish discussing what other matter. The matter of which you speak has now been settled. The Scions shall not want for support. We shall be glad to send additional supplies to Revenant's Toll. We knew we could count on you, my lady. While Ida and I remain to discuss the particulars of our arrangements with the Elder Seedseer, mayhap you could return to the Waking Sands and apprise the antecedent of all that has transpired. Report to Minfilia at the Waking Sands. Fucking, we still have not actually established headquarters in Revenant's Toll. Yes. This would be like, what, a patch or two through, by the way? So, so this would be very, yeah. Oh, fuck! They released a new item, the pantomime emote. I'm going to place a quick order for that, because the pantomime emote is amazing. Although, it would be more amazing if I were still a female Ra, because, that would be an adorable motion to see my Ra go through, but I'll still have it regardless. I can demonstrate it in a bit, so... I'll place the order right now. Hope none of this is showing up on stream. just like that. In like, I want to say probably like 20-30 minutes time, I'll get a notification saying there's something in my mail, and that will be in my in-game mail. I'll get my in-game emote. I can show it off. It'll be quite the sight to see Noctis do the mime act. Thou art ever welcome, Somnus, but I require no assistance. Pray take thy leave, unburdened by concern for my well-being. Verily, thy countenance bespeaks of desire to quit this place without further delay. Mayhap thou thinkest this chapter of our tale concluded, that these halls should rightly be consigned to the annals of history? In man's eagerness to seize the future, how readily he doth set down the past. Full many a proud pioneer hath bravely stridden into the great unknown, only to find that the banner of his ancestor faded by the eons, and still man glorieth in his discoveries. 'Tis through his pride and wisdom doth ever give way to ignorance, while they who lurk in shadow remain hidden, lost no sooner than they are found. Be not offended, Somnus. Thy conduct hath ever been beyond reproach. Despite thy surpassing strength and all thy many victories, thou hast never been so convinced of thine own greatness as to imagine thyself above the failings of thy forebears. Mayhap it is the echo which hath opened thine eyes to the lessons of history. Would the same be said, could be said of... Fucking... it jumps into a cutscene. He just goes on. Canonically speaking. Whence came that cry? For Solar. 12 for Fend, the antecedent. Somnus, you must... This happened right behind my back. What the fuck happened? Tell me, Louisoix, would you have done the same? Louisoix Levier was a remarkable man, wise beyond mortal measure. Would that I had met him prior to his passing. An Ascian? Here? How? How readily you see. You're indeed gifted, antecedent. But you are not like the others. Your robes. Gifted, but ignorant. Yet I shall not judge you harshly. The fault lies with your forebears. It has been millennia. Mine are the robes of an emissary. Unlike he who came before, I have no quarrel with you. You speak of La Habrea? La Habrea is a warrior. He fought, he fell. He may yet learn from his mistakes. Then he is still... Come, I can only confirm that which you already know. There is no cessation, no oblivion, only expulsion. What are... We're ready when you are, my lady, if there's nothing else. Is something the matter? I feel the same way. After everything that's happened here, it feels so strange to leave. But I'm sure we'll get used to it and so. Well, I'll let you say your goodbyes. Take as long as you like, my lady. We shall depart whenever you're ready. It is only to be expected. She lacks the gift and the knowledge both. To her, we are indistinct. I do not understand. Shadowless, fleshless, formless. What truth there is in each tale is diluted by time and telling. Knowledge dictates expectation, and expectation colors perception. Thus did she perceive not. So it is with all but a chosen few. Even you, when young, could not see with eyes unclouded. You know nothing about me. Nothing. The gift grants you charity. It grants you focus. With it you may come in time to see us as we are, rather than this crude approximation. Wahabrea did not think so highly of the echo. Wahabrea is wrong about a great many things. The echo is indeed a gift, albeit one you have yet to master. And if we did, there would be no strife between our peoples, for we would be of one mind. I leave as I came, in peace, antecedent. May we meet again as friends. Wait! Stay where you are! As friends, he says. Mayhap I was indelicate. 'Tis a mercy she shields her children from his grace with such resolve. Was it also her hand that you survived the ardor, I wonder? I take it there's no need to explain. Save your concern. He did me no lasting harm. Whatever his intention was, it was not to kill. I heard a cry. What happened? Are you alright? You look faint. Do you need to lie down? I could fetch a flask of my special tonic. Arianje, send word to the students of Baldesion. Tell them to scour the archives, the forbidden tomes in particular. If there is any reference to an Ascian robed in white, however oblique, I would know of it. An Ascian, my lady? Was that what gave you cause to cry out? I did moments ago glimpse a figure clad in white set forth from the waking sands. Yet Ascians are wont to employ teleportation magics. Why would one be so brazen? I know not and care not. Find him, Somnus. Turn every stone in Vesperay if you have to. Pray attend me, Tataru. Alright, well. I wonder, after Good King Mogomog, who do we kill? Okay, Leviathan. Then Ramu. Then Shiva. Wait. Wait, that can't be right. So we're supposed to fight. Oh wait, is that a Heavensward fight? Or am I insane? Or is this not the... This might not be the order. Indeed, this is not the order, because it's... Yeah, this is not the order. Oh, Yover. I am told that you are the Warrior of Light, but I would know for myself. I shall walk north, and you may choose to follow. Know, however, that you will be waylaid if you do. You may even perish. Should you survive, we shall speak anon. You are being judged. Dune bogey. Build it, bogey. You're being judged. I believe this is the last one. Fucking, this is why I hate the toad enemies so much. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. I see you granted me this indulgence. None save he who bested Brea could endure such an examination. Had the laws of man grown so twisted in my absence that it is now permitted to lay hands upon an emissary? You bore witness to my audience with the antecedent, did you not? Then you know I only acted in self-defense. I realize the same cannot be said of Brea. Even amongst his brethren, he is considered unique. Nevertheless, I cannot wholly condemn his misdeeds, for through them we discovered you, one so strong in the gift that he could cast us out. Your mother favors you still, that much is plain. But surely you must feel it. Her influence wanes, and her strength shall soon be spent. These lands, these people, this world, all shall soon change. As it was, so shall it be again. It should always have been. Doubt my claims and question my motives, if you will. Only believe me when I say this. I am Elidibus, emissary, bearer of the word of the one true God, and we shall meet again. And that was Elidibus. I don't think much else. I don't think we deal with Elidibus for a while. Oh, well, I know we don't deal with Elidibus for a while, but I don't think we see him for a long ass time, is what I'm trying to say. Spellcaver guy, he's Elidibus, he's not hostile, as far as I'm concerned. Now what do we need to do? Give Warburton's journal to Urion J. I thought thee departed. To what end dost thou linger? Here. Journal. The father's final bequest. The daughter's lifelong labor. I have no idea what the fuck that means, but I'm going with it. It is no small thing to surrender such a cherished memento. Well, can I imagine the antecedents pain. Upon mine honor, I swear to spare no effort in the study of these materials, lest my lady's sacrifice be in vain. Somnicism and Philia. Forgive me, but I couldn't wait no longer. I have departed for the Rising Stones. If you have yet to... Once you have given the journal to Ryanje, I bid you come to the seventh heaven, in Revenant's Toll. Tataru will be there to show you inside our new headquarters. Assuming you have already attuned to it, you may wish to make use of our new Aephorite at Revenant's Toll. After that, it is right at our doorstep. Yes, we finally have instant teleportation to the Scion place. We don't need to fucking travel across towns and caves and lagoons in order to get to the Scion place, and thus the place where we'd frequent the most for story shit. No. The new place is right outside, right next to the Aephorite. Just a short walk away. So... Oh, Somnus, you're here. Good. We were all wondering when you'd show up. As I was just telling your receptionist there, I am pleased to inform you that all the documents have been prepared and all signatures signed. The Rising Stones is officially yours. Splendid! From this day forward, I will spare no effort in seeing that it is as welcoming and comfortable a home for us as the Waking Sands ever was. That said, it is all somewhat intimidating, is it not? So many unfamiliar places and unfamiliar faces. Most of the men and women you see around here in Revenant's Toll are adventurers who come and go as they wish. I dare say that should make it easier for you to go about your business here. And it shouldn't hurt that Somnus here has already made something of a name for himself here. Isn't that so, Somnus? Why, that's wonderful to hear. Rest assured that this receptionist will work just as hard to see that our efforts do not skip a beat despite the relocation. And with that, Somnus, I do believe it's time you officially announced your presence to everyone inside. The antecedent and the others will be surely overjoyed to see you. So what's very, very strange is the fact that there are NPCs that shouldn't have been in this cutscene. Namely, these guys. They're from the, evidently enough, they are the new races, the Hrothgar and Viera. These two races did not exist in A Realm Reborn, and, so their presence in the cutscene is very jarring, especially considering. And the reason why they're here is because this is their final destination and the Gunbreaker story quests. But yeah. By all accounts, they should not have been there in that cutscene, but well, whatever. I think it just takes the map data. The map doesn't, or, I mean, again, if we're talking theoretics here, theoretically, you can get a Gunbreaker all the way to level 80 and do all the Gunbreaker story quests before you fucking, complete all the main story quests, even though that shouldn't be a possibility, considering that some of the Gunbreaker story quests are locked behind main story progression, but whatever. They exist. Office much bigger. Chair much fancier. Yes, she does not sit. She does not sit in the chair. Well, it certainly is spacious. Today marks a new beginning for the Science of the Seventh Dawn. For today we declare our independence. I'm stretching right now, so... We shall henceforth be beholden to no nation, but serve all of Eorzea's people, proudly and openly. But this does not mean that we will sever our ties to the Eorzean alliance. On the contrary, the antecedent and I shall endeavor to strengthen them. Rest assured, however, that we shall not permit political considerations to influence our decisions. Our identity remains unchanged, as does our cause. We are the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, and our single purpose is to safeguard the future of Eorzea. Alright, and with the formal speeches out of the way, a moment of your time, Sonis? I would speak of Elidibus. Pardon the intrusion, my lady, but the matter which bringeth me will admit no delay. Mine every attempt to contact the students of Baldician have been met with silence. No one will respond? How odd. Allow me to try. No response. Surely they would not ignore us. They have never yet, my lady. I fear we must assume the worst. No, I will not believe it. An outpost, perhaps, but not their headquarters. Their wards are beyond circumvention. They had they come under attack, they would most certainly have raised the alarm. None could penetrate their sanctum unnoticed. But for those who lack the gift and knowledge both, oh no. Contact their agents in the field at once. If aught has befallen of the students of Baldician, they may know of it. Though the thought of it pains me. Until such time as we have evidence to the contrary, we can but assume the worst. Accordingly, we must needs seek another source of information on Elidibus. 'Tis possible that others in the homeland are possessed of such knowledge. Be fairly warned, however. They are unlike to yield it unconditionally. Do what you must. Yet another unforeseen and unwelcome development. What could be next, I wonder? A visit from a crimson-clad Axion, perhaps? Or Orcher, or Puce? And which of our allies will then fall silent? For a time, I thought we had gained the upper hand. When you shattered the Crystal of Darkness to cast out La Habrea, I dared to hope that we had found a way to rid ourselves of the Axion menace. But I was wrong. He endures, and may yet return. Upon that point, I have no doubt that Elidibus spoke true. Yet there must be a way to destroy them utterly, a way to spare this world of their whole unholy machinations. I dare not consider the alternative. There are forces at work we do not understand, Somnus. I discern them all around, in disturbances too great and too numerous to be dismissed as mere coincidence. Doubtless the Paragons are involved, but how and to what end is far from clear. I know not what will come, but I do know that we will rise and meet it as one. Ah, my stalwart hero, your face is a picture of resolve. I know that you will be ready when the time comes. Yes. By the way, take note. There is no voice acting for a long-ass time, by the way. I mentioned in the last stream that they had no money at this point, so they couldn't afford voice acting, or at least not that much voice acting. So, yeah. Your intercession was, what? Oh, I didn't read that, fuck. You object? We question. Our plans are in motion. Your intentions unclear. They survived the seven ardor, and are stronger now in the gift. Does that not intrigue you? No, it does not. Serve as you will, so too shall I. We labor not at cross purposes. The wisdom of his plan shall become apparent in time, when the veil is lifted from their eyes, and at long last they see. Truly, there's no rest for the weary. Scarce had I begun to make myself at home when I received a request for assistance from Amagina and Sons Mineral Concern. It would appear their storehouse in Horizon has been the target of a series of covert robberies. Alright. Stop a robbery. Great. Or track down who robbed. The Brass Blades, charged with investigating the thefts, believe that someone within the concern is selling the crystals for profit. Alas, they have as yet been unable to identify a likely suspect, and the concern's proprietors have grown frustrated by their lack of progress. Needless to say, I would not have agreed to intervene had the stolen goods been of merely monetary value. If there is even a possibility that the thief acts not out of self-interest but in the service to a primal, we can ill afford to wait for the blades to realize their mistake. Pray depart for Horizon at your earliest convenience. Rendezvous with Yustola when you arrive. She and Fankred have already begun a preliminary investigation. I have every confidence that the three of you will get to the bottom of these thefts. I only hope our fears prove unfounded when you do. Horizon. Somnus, your assistance is most welcome. Yada yada. Investigate, yes. Oh, hello there, Somnus. Hello there. Somnus, was it? Your store said to expect you. Terrible business, these thefts. We have yet to confirm the quantity of crystals stolen. But I dare say it may be greater than... but never mind that. I have news to share. A short while ago, the driver of a heavily laden carriage refused to halt for inspection and broke through one of our checkpoints on the Royal Algan Sunway. The cart bolted off toward eastern Fanland, where, thank the gods, I hear that our colleagues were able to apprehend him without further incident. A speeding carriage? That would seem a curious choice for thieves of such proven cunning. Yet the Amalja do have foothold in eastern Fanland. And what of their cargo? Did they carry the crystals we seek? We should be receiving a report any moment now, but I fail to see what else it could... Did you miss me, friends? I'm back, but I fear I come bearing disappointing news. Or on second thought, perhaps it's good news after all. Tancred, wherever have you been off to? I figured you had everything under control here, so I just took a brief excursion to the east to check up on our Mahojra friends. And would you believe it? I happened upon a runaway carriage on the way, and even was able to do my small part to help my friends in the Brass Blades intercepted. In all my years, I have never seen such a prodigious quantity of somnus. Oh, I should probably, mention. Yes, my name in the game and screen name is Somnus. But Somnus also happens to be the name of a, drug. An illegal drug in Eorzea. Yeah, imagine calling your kid weed. Yeah, basically. Fuck. So that's, yeah. Anyways, I didn't think that would ever appear in the main story quest, but that's, yeah. Let's see, the Blades were calling it one of the greatest hauls they've ever seen. The stolen crystals, on the other hand, were nowhere to be found. Is that so? Alas, I suppose we have no choice but to resume our search somewhere. Yeah, so yeah. Good way to know. Capital Somnus refers to me. Not capital refers to the drug. There you go. We should reassess our options as well. Come with us, Somnus. Alright.
Now then.
Oh fuck, this part is actually voiced.
'Tis I. The situation may be more complicated than we anticipated.
I didn't think there would be any voice cutscenes from here on.
I shall remain watchful. Ere thou goest, another matter requireth thine attention. A young maiden, full eager to... Wherefore inquirest thou of her fairness? Oh, very well. Be she damsel or devil, I shall direct her steps to Revenant's toll. Save thine insinuations for one given to such impropriety. Thou shalt not find me amenable.
Meet.
Far across the sea from the land of Domar have we traveled. We seek audience with the ruler of these lands. Who here speaks for you?
Meet one of my favorite characters. One of. Such a humble introduction, yes. Oh, but it is good to see you return. I've given some thought to the matter, and I've just hit upon a most disturbing possibility. How could I have been so blind? Calm yourself, Fufuupa. What is this disturbing possibility of which you seek? I was contemplating as to how the thieves' activities escaped our notice for so long, and then it came to me. What if there's someone among... I can't. I'm just gonna skip over that. I'm just gonna skip over that. It would be most unfortunate if your fears proved well-founded, Fufuupa. Indeed, for reasons of security, the concern decided to transfer the remaining crystals stored in Horizon to another location. Their plans would be discovered the moment the brass blades were informed. But such a shipment would surely be well guarded. Would thieves as wily as ours risk open confrontation? Mayhap not. But neither would the concern be eager to represent them with such an obvious target. Nay, they might instead elect to carry out the transfer in secret. To entrust the goods to, let us say, a lone Mikote miner, traveling without escort so as to not attract undue attention. But who... Ah, I see. The concern may well elect to do that. But to travel with so much cargo would be a strenuous task indeed. Strenuous. And this miner would certainly need to rest upon the way. Mayhap north of the bridge to Hammerley? A fine spot for a rest, would you not agree, Samus? Alas, the role of the Mikote miner is taken, so you will lie in wait to the north, and I will do the same to the south. And forgive me for my friends, but I have received new orders. I must inform my men at once. Call me a cynic, but I would be surprised if these thieves lay down their arms and surrender. See that you come prepared to offer them some encouragement. Yes. I am the most inconspicuous Mikote miner. Inconspicuous. Hold up. Oh wait, no, that would be your still being the inconspicuous Kosei miner. Oh, that's already taken. Oh. She's cute in these duds, though. Stubborn to the last, as expected. Are you unharmed? A gang of sea wolf thieves and infernal noise. I suppose there's a first for everything. Sea wolves, all of them? Aye, and all with the same taste in facial tattoos. Blue, in case you were wondering. Our thieves are a long way from home. Thancred, if you would be so good as to attend to the outstanding matters in Horizon, I have inquiries to make. To Horizon, then. Fufuupa will want to hear about your meeting with the thieves. After this quest, I'm going to take a short break. I need to get a drink and also a snack. I've been reading a lot after all. On behalf of the Brass Blades of the Rose, I thank you for your service to Horizon. Ah, but we have not been idle while you were afield. We succeeded in identifying the traitor within our ranks. Is that so? Then by your leave, I should very much like to have a word with the fellow in private. No. I'm afraid that will not be possible. Regrettably, he, managed to subdue the unit of blades dispatched to detain him, and made good his escape. Ah, for the love of... And how did he manage that exactly? Your men haven't been sampling that, sleep drug we confiscated, have they? Or was he a giant in disguise? No, he was quite strong. A sea wolf, innocent born and raised, I believe. Do not worry. We will find him, and you may have word on that. I see. Pray keep me appraised of any developments. Yes. He's standing next to me. Understood. I fear our time together is at an end, my friend. Your services are required elsewhere. Awfully disappointing, I know, but one must follow where duty leads. You might try to look a little disappointed. Or do you mean to give me another one of your stoic nods? You do, don't you? Stoic nod. Stoic nod. Oh fuck, I forgot you could play triple triad with him. I haven't actually demonstrated triple triad yet, have I? Well, whatever. I will in due time. I am going to take my break. I shall go get a drink and a snack. Alright, I'm back. I was a little late because I got a call. So, hey, this person finished their triple triad match. Excuse me, that was my snack that's replacing the air. You see. There it is again. I swear to you, I'm not drinking soda or anything like that. It's just normal water. I'm late? How am I late? I'm trying to hold back my fucking burps after I eat something, but just it doesn't stop. God. Let's see. Here, yes. Hey, at least I'm not letting out a roar of burp. Rightfully, though, I have no idea why it's happening now, seriously. It doesn't happen normally. I'm just drinking normal water and, ate a normal snack. No reason why my gases should be acting up. Okay, I now understand why that's happening, but... It matters not how many times you ask. Without the necessary permissions, none shall pass. Pray understand, good sir. We have not the leisure to lodge that formal petition. Time is of the essence. All I ask is that you summon your superior. Allow me to plead my case. Surely you could grant us that small kindness. Away with you! And darken these doors no longer. I will not ask again. You will not, you know not what you do. Excuse me. Everything is happening, man. I gather your pleas fell upon deaf ears. A loyal man with a cold heart, I know his kind well. I hope that you find me more to your liking. Alphino Levier, at your service, a friend. Which I believe makes me very unique in this part of the world, at least. Few indeed are your allies in Old Daw. Yet you will need some if you wish to endear yourselves to this wealthy and powerful. Pray join me and my associates at the quicksand. There you may explain your situation to us, and we will see if there is aught we can do to help. Fuck! God, all the ailments are affecting me right now. Here's a neat trick. Whee! Ugh. I just witnessed a man named Mojo Jojo. Suddenly it's cold for me. I believe this is voiced as well. I think.
We have traveled some
Yes.
several thousand miles across the sea, from the nation of Doma. in hopes that we might find sanctuary in these lands.
Her voice is so different now.
Sanctuary.
Everybody's
Lady
voice is
Yugiri?
different, but hers especially.
Aye. Lying within Othard, Domar was under the dominion of the Garlean Empire, as I'm sure you are aware. When the War of Succession broke out in Garlemald, we espied an opportunity to free ourselves from the yoke of imperial oppression and took up arms. Only to be crushed. And so I gathered what few Domans escaped the reckoning and guided them hither to your shores.
A war of succession? Then the Emperor... Forgive me. You said that Doma was under Imperial rule, did you not?
Domar is gone. Razed to the ground as an example to the other provinces.
12 have mercy. And your people?
On a ship anchored in Vesper Bay, flying borrowed colors. Many were complicit in the rebellion, or akin to those who were. They will not come ashore until I send word that it is safe to do so. I sought an audience with your rulers, but was summarily refused.
The lords of Ul'dah are not wont to entertain foreign refugees without suitable encouragement.
Mayhap I was foolish to expect otherwise, but our supplies run low and we have young ones in urgent need of care. I have seen the tents outside the gates, however. We are not the first to seek asylum, nor will we be the last.
Be that as it may, Ul'dah is no friend to Garlemald. Your tale would stir the hearts of many men and women here. The Sultana and the Syndicate will not be so easily swayed, but I shall see that you are granted an opportunity to plead your case.
This is within your power?
Well, far be it from me to boast, but I do have the ear of certain influential individuals.
I am in your debt.
Lady Yugiri, forgive me for observing, but your choice of attire seems like to evoke feelings of mistrust.
Men are wont to fear the unfamiliar. We know this from experience. We seek only to spare the people of Ul'dah unnecessary disquiet.
I shall defer to your experience, then.
I thank you for your understanding.
It seems I have urgent business with the Flame General. I leave our guests in your capable hands.
If I may, sir, as I said earlier, we have been at the sea for some several moons, and our supplies are all but spent. I have not the heart to repeat the tales of our tribulations, nor would it please you to listen to them, I think. Suffice it to say, however, sacrifices must have been made. Well, it shames me to beg for more when you have already offered so much. Desperation compels me. Gentle sir, if you or your associates could spare any provisions, anything at all, it would go a long way to lessen the suffering of my people. Bring food. Yes. But yeah, Yugiri, I don't know if it might be a big reveal, so I don't know if I want to spoil it. But suffice to say that she is a big character in Stormblood, actually. Big deal. Doma in general is actually a big deal in Stormblood. But that also implies that we're not touching the storyline until Stormblood, so yeah. Unfortunate. But true nonetheless. Lady Yugiri, I briefed the Flame General on your situation. I think you will be pleased with his reply. We have been granted an audience? Before the Sultana and the Syndicate both, we should return to the Royal Promenade at once. You have done so much for us, Master Alphino. I swear we shall return the favor. Not as owed, Lady Yugiri, for naught has been given. This small favor you fairly won with your words, and it is with words that you must win the favor of the Syndicate. Then I shall choose them with care. You will be accompanying us, yes? I have no choice. Good! Your presence may serve to remind the Syndicate of the true meaning of philanthropy, and that nothing so unpalpable will be required of them, assuming the Domans are willing to earn their keep. Come, the Flame General awaits us in the Royal Promenade. Fucking the music change is perfect, isn't it? Perfectly timed. I think the 8th first shard is, yeah. Yo. Ralban! A pleasure, Somnus. The others are already inside. Let's not keep them waiting.
I, Yugiri of Doma, am honored to meet you at last, Your Grace. To mark this auspicious occasion, I should like to present to you the finest treasures our humble nation has to offer. Alas, the circumstances which have brought me here today have divested me of both time and dignity. I come before you as a pauper in direst need of aid, to request that you grant my people asylum.
I, Nanamo, 17th in the line of Ul, welcome you to our city. Be at ease, Lady Yugiri. Although I myself have heard the tale of your misfortune, I would ask that you recount it once more for the benefit of the others here present.
As you wish, Your Grace. For many years, my nation, Doma, suffered under the yoke of imperial rule, and my people yearned to be free. Thus, when a war of succession broke out in Garlemald, we sought to take advantage of the chaos and reclaim our liberty. Alas, our enemy proved less preoccupied than we had hoped, and our rebellion was put down in the most brutal fashion.
Those who survived, how many do they number?
More than 200 souls huddle within the cramped confines of our own galleon's hold. Yet this figure accounts for but one of a number of ships which escaped the Purge. It is my hope that you will allow us all to dwell within your walls. Should that prove unfeasible, however, I humbly ask that you accept as many of my people as your resources allow. Pray understand, we do not beg a boon, but propose instead an arrangement. We would serve as soldiers or tradesmen until our debt is repaid.
What are the Syndicate's opinions on this matter?
I, for one, think it's a marvelous idea. Lady Yugiri and her people strike me as an industrious lot, and there are parts of the city which have yet to be fully restored. If they are willing to work, I see no reason not to let them.
The head of the Mirage Trust is not known for his generosity. He sees profit in this.
I agree. That said, these are foreign refugees. To admit them would require a formal resolution. Shall we call a vote?
The law is the law.
Lord Lolorito?
Tell me, Are you blind or willfully ignorant? Even now, our streets are choked with the displaced victims of the Calamity and Alamigan refugees. They live hand to mouth, subsisting on aid provided by the immortal flames, the cost of which grows ever higher. The wealth of Ul'dah is not without limits, my friends. And need I remind you that these refugees are prone to violence and criminal activity? You have all read the reports, I think. Without homes or employment, it is only a matter of time before men grow desperate and take that which they imagine has been unjustly denied them. Yet, knowing this, you would have us swell their ranks. Mayhap you think the brass blades and the flames are not hard-pressed enough?
Some say the chairman of the East Aldenard Trading Company passes Gil thrice daily. This may explain how he came to be the wealthiest man in Ul'dah. Or it may simply be that he's ruthless beyond reckoning.
Surely the Sultanate can support the few hundred domins Lady Yugiri represents. That our resources have been taxed, I do not deny. But we are hardly in danger of financial collapse. I move that an exception be made.
An exception, Your Grace? I am suddenly reminded of a similar debate some years ago regarding a number of Alamigan refugees, if memory serves. What were your words that day? Yes, the law is the law. And so our visitors remained in Little Alamigo. Mayhap our wise and benevolent Sultana would be so good as to enlighten us as to which other of our laws should not be upheld.
Mind your tongue, Lolorito.
My lord, I share your concern for the welfare of our great nation, but we must endeavor to take a longer view. You know as well as I that people can be a resource still more precious than Gil.
Precious or not, they were never yet so reliable. And unlike those who frequent your establishment, I have no desire to gamble with my future. Ul'dah's greatest asset is, and has ever been, her material wealth. We risk this at our peril. One need only look to Teleji Adeleji's example for evidence of the danger in allowing sentiment to dictate policy. How far the vaunted Mirage have fallen, both in repute and profitability, since he began employing refugees.
How I choose to conduct my affairs is not your concern, my lord.
A proposal has been tabled. Given its urgency, I move we forego further debate and call a vote. To accept the Doman refugees or not. Those in favor, I bid you remain. Those opposed, I bid you leave.
Would that it were within my power to welcome you and your people, Lady Yugiri. As you have observed, however, my authority in such matters is regrettably limited. Without the consent of the Syndicate, I cannot act.
I understand, Your Grace. And I appreciate all that you have done on our behalf.
The nerve of the man! If that bastard had not forsaken the eastern trade route, Little Alamigo would now be thriving. Oh, that you should have traveled so far under such dire circumstances, only to be refused in this manner is utterly unconscionable. Pray, accept my sincerest apologies.
Now that the Empire no longer poses an immediate threat, they see little reason to maintain the pretense of unity. The Monitorists have grown especially defiant of late. Lord Lolorito most of all. But this is neither the time nor place for that discussion.
Well, that went up in smoke. But there is a second solution. We meet Raban in the Hall of Flames. I'm gonna do my trick again. Jump! Exodus right here. The Syndicate has spoken, and I see no point in moving to that matter. I see no point in moving that the matter be reconsidered. The Monitorists have made their position clear. Agreed. Ludal is not an option. Nor are Limsa, Laminsa, and Gridania, I judge, given the state of their internal affairs. Which leaves our Doman friends confined to a ship. Gods, the thought of them huddled in an airless hold with no hope of better treatment. Would that I have more time to find an alternative. Place not bound by the concerns of the great nations. Minfilia, that is precisely what I wish to discuss. I understand the Syndicate's decision, I do. We all wish to preserve that which is ours, especially when we believe it to be under siege. But I cannot meekly accept his just judgment, not while my people suffer. Would it be out of the question for the Sultanate to accept us for a limited time? A week, mayhap? Or even just a few days? Excellent. I shall keep you informed. Lady Yugiri, I have a proposal, if you would hear it. Out with it, Master Alphino. The headquarters of my order, the Science of the Seventh Dawn, stands in a place called Revenant's Toll, an outpost in Mordona. Like most outposts, it is frequented by mercenaries and other men of action, and lacks the comforts of more well-established settlements. However, the leaders of Revenant's Toll have been doing their utmost to change that. To that end, they have need of able-bodied individuals willing to work as frontier hands, hard labor, lest you doubt, with not safe food and shelter by way of reward. Terms not unlike those which you yourself proposed, Lady Yugiri. Though I will not hear a word said against our beloved Ul'dah, Revenant's Toll would offer certain advantages, the absence of unhelpful bureaucracy being the most obvious. If they can accommodate us all, we shall gladly accept. Master Alphino, once again, I find myself in your debt. Pray do not thank me, my lady. The life your people go to is one of hard labor and few comforts, as I told you. And before that, there remains the matter of how they may safely be borne to Revenant's Toll, which will be no small feat, considering the distance and their present condition. Mayhap the Old Dawn Adventurers Guild can be its assistance. Who can me bear notice on this? Lady Yugiri, if you and your people would accompany me, we may discuss what aid the Immortal Flames can provide. We are concerned that the Doman refugees may find the journey to Revenant's Toll too much to bear. Too long have they been sequestered aboard their ship, with insufficient supplies and scarce room enough to breathe, let alone stretch their limbs. With that in mind, Mistress Mimodi has kindly offered to accommodate the Domans until such time as they are ready to set off from Modena. Those healthy enough to travel will embark as soon as transportation has been secured, while those too weak to leave at once will be permitted to stay until they regain their strength. What news? Transportation remains our greatest obstacle, General. Is there aught the Immortal Flames can do? I fear that exceeds our mandate. Were it a smaller number, it would go unnoticed. But the Syndicate will not bear the cost of escorting more than 200 Domans to Mordana. When government fails to act, the responsibility falls to us private citizens. I will engage the services of the 77 caravans on the Domans' behalf. Very well. We should begin contract negotiations at once. Your generosity is most welcome, my lord. After all that has fallen these good people, it's the least I can do. Come what may, you shall ever have a friend in Ul'dah, Lady Yugiri. And you in Revenant's Toll, my lord. Well, it sounds like you all have work to do. Lady Yugiri, let's put our heads together and settle the details of our arrangement, shall we? I would entrust the task of escorting our Doman friends to you, after you've rested your own road-weary legs, of course. What say you? And that was another hour almost exclusively on that. Granted, I did take a break though, so. As I teleport here, I'm gonna need to use the restroom real quickly. Take a minute through. Okay, alright. Speak with Hozon, right? Alright, and what, transporting 200 people? That's small potatoes. Yozon. Oh, that's really small potatoes. Oh, we need to look for the hiding children. Right, because they brought children here. Alright, actually, this task may or may not actually be a lot harder than it rightfully should be. Here's one. None in here, I don't believe. Oop. Back here? Yes. You know, it would be better if I, like, took, like, yeah, one of these. Ah, there's the last one. Just spotted them as I started driving. I will also say that despite the player and character models not really changing too much, the child models and the models of the children and child characters have improved dramatically. Holy shit, kids are so much cuter now. Before, kids just looked like smaller heroes, so... to demonstrate my example, there's an example of a Mikote cub in Shadowbringers, who looks like the cutest little button, and has the cutest little story, so... Whereas some of the child models that you see in the Firmament, you'll clearly tell that they were made in Shadowbringers and that the Firmament was made in Shadowbringers, because while they're a little older, they're not little cubs, they're adolescents, and they're elves. They look neat. They don't at all look disgusting. Great care was taken in improving the child models, yet update them they did not, they just made new ones. For any dangerous beasts. Yeah, me. Now, aside from me, you should be all clear. But I won't bite. Well fought, sir, well fought. Ah, if I were only in better health, I should have been proud to stand at your side. Pay my son no mind. He forgets that his responsibilities preclude acts of daring do. Be that as it may, I cannot help but envy you. Had we been able to call upon heroes of your strength and skill in Doma, things would have been very different. But we cannot change the past. Those who fought and fell are forever lost to us. Lost but not fallen. Lost but not forgotten. Lady Yugiri's kinsmen, least of all. They fought fiercest, though they knew full well it was in vain. She had every right to walk away, yet she chose to stay. Food, shelter, and promise of a better life. All this and more we owe to her. How does one even begin to repay such a debt? In kind, father, to she who has given everything, we shall give our all. Whatever work there is to be done, we shall do without question. Ditch digging, bricklaying, it matters not. Revenant's toll will grow and prosper by our hands. Goodness. Those are some pretty powerful kids. Hey, Mr. Somnus, Koru and I want to know why you became an adventurer. Excuse me. Let's see. To amass fortune, to gain power, to win glory. Or should I confuse them? I shall confuse them. So, you like roses? I think I understand. I mean, they're nice and everything, but don't they grow in a lot of places? It's my turn now! Excuse me, Mr. Somnus. I've got a question. What's Revenant's Toll like? Is it pretty? Let's see. It's a stone's throw from an Imperial castrum. Let's see here. It is a bustling outpost frequented by countless adventurers. It is a bastion of civilization in a harsh and unforgiving wilderness. It is home to the science of the seventh dawn. It is a stone's throw from an imperial castrum. Oh man, it's a bustling outpost and frequented by countless adventurers. Especially now that Realm Reborn is free. Yeah. You mean there are lots of people there who are just as strong as you? Oh, I can't wait! Enough, Koharu. It's my turn again. Mr. Somnus, when I'm older, I want to be strong like you. What do I have to do? Let's see. Buy weapons and armor from Rowena. Let's see. Seek out new experiences and adventures. Fucking throw yourself out there into the wilderness. Of course, to be a better adventurer, you need to go adventuring. Alright, that's enough questions for Mr. Somnus. That's not fair. Why does Yozan get to ask 2 questions? I want to know about adventuring just as much as he does. Just one more, please. Do you think I could be an adventurer like you one day? Obviously, yes. You won't have the same dreads. you won't have the same drip and threads, but, you know, similar. Really? Then I will. Thanks for the advice, Mr. Somnus. I won't forget it. I'm going to be an adventurer, too. When we get to Revenant's Toll, let's make an adventurers guild for Domans. We'll protect our friends and punish the wicked, just like Mr. Somnus and Lady Yugiri. Yeah, just like Mr. Somnus and Lady Yugiri. We could talk more about it in the carriage on the way. Will you be joining us? Well, why not? Yeah. Alright. That is, but like, what, 4 out of 200? We don't have to do it for all 200 of them. We never did it, actually. But holy shit. 200. So much, yet not much at all, really, when you consider the context. Tarax, motherfucker! I always love just jumping on their tables every now and then when I get back here. Ah, Somnus. I take it the first group has arrived? Excellent. Is there aught else? No, I have matters well in hand here. You and Lady Yugiri should travel to Revenant's Toll forthwith. And then we shall travel to Revenant's Toll forthwith. Right, it's all the way down here. Yeah, the distance grows ever longer every expansion. It's coded to always be at the bottom. So, I guess it makes it easy to remember where the teleport is on the menu. Although, admittedly, like, very rarely do people scroll through everything like I do. People normally, like, if they assign favorites, if they frequent a place often enough. Yeah, if they want to go to Mordona specifically, they go to others. As opposed to really anywhere else. Very rarely do people scroll down like I do. And thus must be the esteemed Lady Yugiri and her associates. I greet you all as friends and bid you welcome to this toll. I hope you do not find our dearth of fineries off-putting. Poor though we may seem, we have a wealth of spirit and camaraderie to spare. You see, race and creed don't enter into it here. We welcome all sorts, provided they are willing to earn their keep, of course. We are no strangers to hard work, Master Slaffborn. You may rest assured that we will carry out your orders with due diligence. Oh, not for a moment did I doubt your commitment, my lady. Pray understand, I give the same speech to all new arrivals, and you needn't bow your head to call me master either. We are both frontier hands, as far as I'm concerned. As you wish, Slaffborn. May this meeting mark the beginning of a long and fruitful relationship. I actually don't remember. Our guests have yet to meet the antecedent. 7 hells on this. Why are you wasting your time with me? See them to the rising stones. I think I shouldn't really discuss where the Yugiri NPC is currently. Because that would be very spoilers. But I'm just saying, I just don't remember where it is. I know it's not in Mordona because Stormblood happens, but see, look! Hoary Boulder! Tis no use. Our attempts to reach the students of Baldician continue to meet with failure. Urianger has explored other avenues of inquiry, but they too have viewed it not. We will persevere, of course, yet within our hearts the truth is clear. We are but awaiting confirmation of that which we already know. How fare the Domans? I am given to understand you were kept quite busy in Vesper Bay. That was an accident. I should not blame you if you did, nor would I deny that. Lady Yugiri is here. Please show her in. I should very much like to meet her. We have no objections. Pray do so with our blessing. Your answer pleases me beyond words, my lady. But are you quite certain? We have no way of knowing how many might answer my summons. In the event that Revenant's toll could not accommodate us all, we would need to find an alternative solution. Should that come to pass, we will find it together. As ever, it has been a pleasure, Antecedent. Alas, we must take our leave, as the first carriages are due to arrive at any moment. Should you require aught else, pray speak with Slaffborn, Lady Yugiri, Somnus.
How goes the fishing? Caught anything slippery?
Aye. Our suspicions were well founded. The Serpent Reavers are indeed the culprits.
The plot thickens.
Has there been any movement in Thanalan?
It has been blessedly quiet. Which is to say the Amalja are being no more or less of a nuisance than usual, summoning Ifrit with such crystals as they have hoarded. Urianger, too, reports not out of the ordinary.
Then we have our explanation.
Your explanation for what, pray tell?
For the recent spate of crystal thefts in Thanalan, we naturally assumed that the trail would lead us back to the Amalja, yet it did not. It led us across the sea unto Vilbrand.
Vilbrand? There have been reports of increased Sahagin activity of late. Oh gods, they mean to summon Leviathan?
That is the way of it, I fear. Whilst conducting our investigation on behalf of the mineral concern, we came upon evidence implicating the Serpent Reavers. With the aid of the Maelstrom, I was able to verify our suspicions. 'Tis only a matter of time before Leviathan returns to harrow the seas. But there is more. One of the Sahagin, an elder by my judgment, spoke of attaining the gift and knowledge of eternity.
Ugh.
Ah, yes. This.
Such a disturbance in the ether. If I did not know better, I should think this device defective. And there is the explanation.
Soon it shall begin. Our Lord shall rise midst surging waves to wash away the finless ones. And I shall be granted the gift and knowledge of eternity, and with the emissary stand equal. Then shall I know no cessation, no oblivion.
Fish people, like I said.
Whence comes this promise of immortality? The emissary? We have outstayed our welcome.
The gift and knowledge.
Are the two of you quite well?
You shared that vision, did you not? Even before the Sahagin made mention of the emissary, I recognized Elidibus's words. He is behind this. But surely it is not within his power to grant the echo.
My lady, unless we act swiftly, Leviathan will rise again. The Admiral has already requested that we intervene to prevent this. Failing that, we are to attend to the Primal's extermination.
She will have our full cooperation. Let us make haste to Limsa Lominsa. I mean to play a part in this mission. Tataru, pray, take charge in my absence.
My lady, are you sure this is wise?
I am aware of the risks, but there is something I must see with mine own eyes. The true nature of the echo.
Very well. I shall not stand in your way. On the condition that you permit me to accompany you as bodyguard.
Your company is ever welcome, Thancred.
I take it something ill is afoot.
Aye, a Primal is about to be loosed upon Eorzea.
Primal?
A godlike being whose very existence is a bane upon the land. We scions of the Seventh Dawn are sworn to put an end to their kind.
I see. Know then that I am learned in the arts of war. In return for the kindness you have shown my people, I would lend you my blade.
It would be most welcome. When contending with a Primal, one can never have too many able allies. If you crave a more intimate understanding of the problems facing Eorzea, this experience is like to provide it. Be sure to come well prepared.
Alright, we're finally fighting Leviathan. What is this, like 2.5 hours in? This is the long one. Evidently enough, this is the long one. Yeah, I'll show this to Particle and Stos. Once the stream is done, and have them watch this. If we're done with this, we might also do Coils as well, to round out the story in that regard. That or Labyrinth of the Ancients. Actually, I think Labyrinth of the Ancients might be like infinitely faster, so I think we'll do that instead. And probably not even touch Coils. Because Coils can take a while. I mean, both can take a while, really. And if you're doing both, then it'll probably be like 6 hours, but still. We kill Leviathan! Come on. Welcome, friends. I take it your soul has appraised you of the situation. Let us waste no time, then. According to our best intelligence, this Hagen had not crystals enough to summon their god. Alas, did we not count on the Serpent Reapers venturing as far as Fanhoin to supplement their cache. For our short-sightedness, we are faced with the grim prospect of the Leviathan's imminent return. Needless to say, I'm not inclined to let the fishbacks have their way. Even as we speak, the Maelstrom makes ready to launch a large-scale operation to thwart their summoning, and we would welcome the Scions' support in this endeavor. But if God's forbid our efforts should come to naught, I will need to trouble you for more than mere support. Much as I did when Titan last walked these lands. Lady Minfilia, I am given to understand that you mean to accompany our soldiers on the front lines. I can only assume that you have sound reasons in doing so. I do, Admiral, but I would rather not be drawn to their nature. I will only say that there is something I would see with my own eyes. Is that so? Well, I'm not so stubborn as to deny the wish of one whose aid I require, but precautions must be taken. I shall require that you remain by my side at all times. With that settled, let us speak of the operation. Lieutenant Eterna, our scouts are currently reconnoitering. Oh my god, these words, we go there. We go there and we do a thing. I think the proper pronunciation of that word is reconnoitering, because it's derivative of reconnaissance. But fucking like how monitoring is kinda looks like it. Kind of spelled like it. So. But, I think it's only like a quest or two until we kill Leviathan. Somewhere I'll tell it was only like a quest or two before we killed the Mughal King. Where's our guy? Here he is. Potion! This fate is always happening, don't worry about it. Oh. Oh damn. Oh damn. Oh damn. Oh damn. There, some fresh corpses straight from my back, plopped down in front of you. As corpses are so commonly delivered, yes. Thrice down, fishback bastards! I'll kill them slowly and then chase their rotten souls through the hell 7 hills. Peace, Commander. We are here for a purpose, and vengeance is not it. I want your mind on the task at hand. Savvy? My apologies, Admiral. You may count on me to keep a clear head. Good. According to our sole surviving scout, the Sahagin have their thralls have already begun a mass at the Aephorite in the depths of Sapsa. If we are to act, it must be now. Well, then we act! But we are not so artless as that, Commander. We shall divide our forces and strike them hard and fast at key locations. Remember, our ultimate objective is to take the Aephorite and eliminate the Sahagin priest presiding over the summoning. We are not here to kill them all. The Maelstrom will engage and distract the Sahagin legions, the Sahagin's legion of drowned pirates of the Serpent's Tongue. Commander, you have charge over this effort. Be mindful that the lay of the land here is devilish for acting forces. Let the foreign levy spearhead the assault, and have subsequent units fan out to cover their flanks. At the selfsame moment, a diversionary squadron formed of galleons from the Crimson Fleet shall harry the enemy from offshore. And likewise, we Scions shall form smaller units in hopes of confusing the Sahagin defensive effort. Somnus and Yustola, the two of you are to make your way to the site of the summoning ritual. The Admiral's diversions should serve to defend the enemy's defenses, rendering your path less perilous. A small party, I believe, should be able to win through without drawing unwarranted attention. Tancred and Yugiri, your mission is to lure as many Sahagin as possible out of the spawning grounds. Having done so, take your heels and circle around to join the infiltration unit of Yustola and Somnus. When all has been set in motion, I myself shall cut a path to the Aephorite, accompanied by Lady Ophelia, as was agreed. Well, don't let me keep you, friends. To battle! When last did we fight side by side, Somnus? Too long ago, I warrant. But come, let us away. Go to the first checkpoint and kill. Gotcha. I make joke about killing, but like, very rarely do we actually like kill people. You know, we only kill the primals, really. Sneaky sneak. Stealth mission. It'll be stealthy enough if no one knows I'm here, yes? Pray, do not concern yourself. 'Twas but a glancing blow. Come, the Euphrates is close at hand. Let us press on.
Damn them. They have made thralls of soldiers and civilians both.
Impressive.
Did I miss much? So that is how you fight in the Far East. Mental note, pick no quarrel with Domans. But seriously, if I am to keep up, I must needs forsake elegance for efficiency.
And he's picking it up too. Right, because this is about when they added Rogue and Ninja. Ninja was not a part of the game before until this patch.
To the Aetheryte!
Fucking my axe is covering up my face. It's huge. And it's flashy. Gun.
You'll forgive me my lateness.
And this is why Gunner should be a job too, but he didn't make that happen.
I've been something of a liability of late, I know. 'Tis high time I set about making amends.
Long have you shriveled Sorewalkers, tormented our kind.
Landlubbers!
But no more! Your time is at an end! You shall perish with salt in your wounds and sea in your lungs. Lord of the world, hearken to our plea. Lord of the world, deliver us from our misery.
Do you feel that?
Shoot him now!
I know this sensation. It's the echo.
What? Ah! Such power! It is transcendent!
Well, that does not make things good.
7 hells.
Strike me down if you will. It is futile. I have mastered the gift. I am eternal. O mighty Leviathan, ruler of the seas, born of waters primordial, I offer unto you this frail flesh, that you might grant your faithful servants deliverance. I beseech you, come forth!
Die, damn you!
Foolish shorewalker! You cannot kill that which is eternal!
Heavens forfend.
Damn it all!
My being ebbs away. But it should by right be infinite. Am I not immortal? Curse you, emissary! You promised me everlasting.
This here's a big one.
Where did he go?
What say you? Nary a single ship? Hells take that sea demon. Gather the survivors and get to shore. Leave the wrecks for the pirates. Leviathan wastes no time. The diversionary squadron is lost. For a mercy, 'twould seem the Primal now makes for open sea. But why does he not press his advantage? Unless... God save us. He means to unleash a tidal wave.
Well, we're not fighting him here? I guess we're not fighting him here. That's a shame. Alright, I probably would have seen the summon portal here. Or not the summon portal, the trial portal. Here, if that were the case. Wait, where is the trial portal for Leviathan then? It's not who I think it is now.
There used to be a hamlet beyond South Tidegate in western Lanosha. Hearthstone, 'twas called. Some years prior to the Maelstrom's founding, Leviathan rose from the briny depths and set about unleashing watery hell upon us. On that occasion, the Company of Heroes put him down before he could do too much damage. But when the bastard came next, this time in the wake of the calamity, we were not so fortunate. Weary of ravaging our shoreline, he summoned a tidal wave which fair leveled Hearthstone and washed the soil away for good measure.
The area was subsequently occupied by the Sahagin.
Aye, the thrice-damned creatures transformed it into a spawning ground for their brood. Given the quantity of crystals stolen to feed him and his legion of thralls, we can be fairly sure that Leviathan is stronger now than in his previous incarnations. If that sea demon is left to wreak havoc, what befell Hearthstone may well befall a larger settlement, even Limsa. That cannot happen. The primal must be stopped.
That was ever our objective, Admiral. But how are we to achieve it? The sea is Leviathan's uncontested domain. The ships of the 3rd Squadron could not close to within 100 yards of the Primal, nor could their cannons pierce his defenses.
I have read the reports, Master Thancred. Our warships may as well have been bloody pleasure barges for all the good they did. 7 hells! Is there no way that we might strike back?
The Company of Heroes defeated Leviathan, having first lured him into an inlet, but we must needs contend with him upon the open sea. It will avail us little to consult past experience.
Admiral, if I may.
Speak freely, Marshal.
By all accounts, Leviathan's most formidable weapon is the very sea itself. Waves and whirlpools, tides and currents, all these things are his to command. The key to victory, I believe, lies in disarming our foe. This, in effect, is what the Company of Heroes achieved with their ruse. We cannot lure Leviathan from the sea a second time. But what if we could weaken his hold upon the element of water? I have heard of devices capable of such wonders. They draw upon the power of corrupted crystals, I am told. If mounted upon a ship, such a device might be used to prevent Leviathan from bringing the full force of the sea to bear against us, rendering him no more dangerous than any other sea serpent.
Of course! Sid built a similar device to grant the Enterprise safe passage through Garuda's Tempest, did he not?
Begging your pardon, my lady, but to give credit where it's due, this is something I heard from an old arcanist friend of mine.
It makes little difference who thought of it first, so long as it works. Beg the specifications of this device from your friend, and I shall pass them on to our people at Naldic and Vermelis. But before we proceed any further, I would voice one concern. Piercing Garuda's defenses is one thing. Suppressing Leviathan's attacks, quite another. In matters of science, I am as a babbling babe. But I cannot well imagine that such a feat would be possible without a veritable mountain of corrupted crystals. The question being, do we have a ship big enough to bear such a burden?
Mayhap not, Admiral, but two might. Recall you the tale of Mistbeard's greatest haul? It is said that he lashed two ships together, side by side, the better to bear his plunder. By your leave, we might attempt to repeat the trick. The gods know it would be quicker than building a new vessel.
Mistbeard did this. Truly, Marshal, upon the subject of the Pirate King, you are as a scholar.
Now,
Oh, fuck. I skipped that.
this in itself will be no small feat. Ramming speed will be required, but given the weight of the cargo, that will only be attainable with the aid of a towing vessel. Suffice it to say, the task of piloting said vessel will entail considerable danger, and I would not ask it of another. I volunteer myself.
It will be dangerous for all involved, but we have no better recourse. Very well. Commodore, assemble the remnants of the fleet at Morabee Bay. Give priority to our soundest vessels. The repairs can wait. Storm Marshal Slafierson, command of the operation is yours. I want that twin vessel ready to sail post-haste.
At once, Admiral.
And then there is the small matter of slaying the beast. The fate of Limsa Lominsa rests upon your shoulders once again. Go well, warrior of light.
This will be pissy easy. Being held as gods also exist in what you call the Far East. Legends tell us that they walked among us in days of yore, but I confess that I never truly believed them. That I should live to behold one is humbling and horrifying in equal measure. Now that I have come face to face with a primal, I do begin to understand why the Guardians fear himself. What is it? A message, Admiral. I judged it best that it be delivered at once. I am listening. According to the Yellow Jackets, a man who appeared who claims to have defeated Leviathan. One of the company of heroes? The details are hazy, Admiral. We have dispatched one of our own to question the individual. I am disinclined to put any store by this claim, and even should it be true, it is as Y'shtola said. None save the company of heroes have bested Leviathan, and we know how they went about it. If this man is of their number, what can he tell us that we do not know already? And yet, having wagered Limsa's survival on 2 ships, some rope, and a pile of crystals, can we afford to ignore this man? If his testimony could yield us any manner of advantage, should we not hear it? Damn it all. The twin vessel will soon be ready. We have no time to wait for the Maelstrom's report on the supposed Primal Slayer's claims. Somnus, seek him out and learn what he knows. The man you are looking for is believed to be a resident of the Grey Fleet in Lower Wallnosia. A storm private sent to question him should already be in the vicinity. May your journey prove fruitful. I am losing my ability to read as we speak. As the seconds go by, I lose my ability to just read and speak more and more. Oh, is it who I thought it is again? Is it who I think it is? Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Yes, it is. Now look here, you'll have your bloody story right after you carry those sacks of grain over to the mill. But sir, that's what you said before. You had me pick up those oranges for you, and before I mucked out those chocobo seals, and before I rolled that millstone over the mill, and also before... Gods, man! I've worked 3 days straight without a wink of sleep. 3 days! And you hear me complaining? I suppose some of us just ain't made for the rougher stuff. Alright, I'll give you what you want. Never let it be said that old Tractome ain't a generous soul. Now, prick up your ears, cause I won't be repeating myself. Too modest, see? Besides, there's only so much epicness a man can take in one sitting, you ken. Ahem. The tale of Tractome's epic victory over the dead primal Leviabetus. Leviabetus is huge, make no mistake. To give you an idea how big, each of his skills is about as wide as me members long. And that's no mean feat, let me tell you. When I fought him, I could barely see for all the brine he was pelting me with. Must have been a lagoon's worth at least. He even knocked me trusty axe out of my hands at one stage. Of course, that provided me a grave mistake. What happened next? Why, I grabbed him by the tail and tied him up in knots. But not wanting to take all the glory for myself, I let mates and the company of heroes handle the rest. Like I said, I'm modest as well as heroic. Mayhap too modest. Now, let's see. There's some of us say... I can't read any one of this. Ah! It's you! I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I was just enjoying the attention is all. I take back everything I said. I was never part of the company of heroes. I'm no marauder. I'm actually a complete coward. I'm nothing. I'm chocobo dung. No, I'm the maggots you find wriggling on chocobo dung. I have to lie to women. I have to lie to women to tumble, and that don't happen much. Remember, tiny is pathetic. I sure as hell don't fight Leviabetus, but I have seen him with my own eyes. 'Twas a fair few years back, when I was working as a baker's hand. I was stricken in my duties one day, loitering about the harbor when I saw it. A great big, massive sea serpent, some mums off the coast, with a fleet of galleons making straight for it, cannons firing. I was so bloody scared, I sold myself right there and then. What? Oh gosh, just remembering that made me so... I've read enough. Why, you worthless lying whoreson! I can't believe you made me handle chocobo dung! Somnus, this is Penphilia. Were you able to learn aught of the use against the Leviathan? No, but I got a good laugh. I beg your pardon. Leviabetus? I see. That is unfortunate. At any rate, I have tidings for you. The twin vessel is now complete. We await you at Morbay Docks. Dry docks. Pray, make your way here as soon as you are able. Leviabetus. I have to lie the woman in order to get the recipe, and that don't happen often. And remember's tiny. Ah, fuck. I didn't realize he was making a dick joke when he was talking about, oh, his scales are as big as Remember, and that's no small feat. But then he said it a second time, saying his member's actually tiny, and I was like, I get it now. Okay. Oh my god. Glorious. Fucking glorious. Alright, now that the comic relief for the night is over, alright, time for the actual fight. I know that look. You're ready. Having been constructed in some haste, the war leader may not be pretty, but I assure you she's capable. 1 minute. She's been fitted with what her friends at Naldikin Vimelis are calling an elemental converter. Assuming the thing works, it'll use the power of the corrupted crystals on board to rob Leviathan of his hold over water. Depending on how the battle unfolds, you may well need to activate the device manually. Keep that in mind. Excuse me. It is expected that the Sahagin and their thralls will attempt to come to Leviathan's defense. Accordingly, the Maelstrom will once again employ the inversions. Vanquard and Yustola, I would have you assist in this effort. If it is to fulfill its purpose, your diversionary force must not want for numbers. By your leave, I too would volunteer my blade. We would welcome it, having you fight in Sapsa. Having seen you fight in Sapsa, I dare say the fishbacks will find your presence highly diverting. Vanquard and Yustola, if you want to join the Third Levy and Lady Yugiri the Fifth. But what words have I for the man who has made a sport of slaying gods? Only these. Go warily, for the sea is an unforgiving place to wage war. May the navigator guide you through the storm, warrior of light. I would echo this Admiral's sentiments, and add a few words of my own. Know that we all have the utmost faith in you, Sonus. May the crystal bless and keep you. Alright, war leader. This will be fast. I remember when it was a feat to be able to solo this guy. Ah, fuck! I forgot to turn off cutscene skipping. Had a really impressive cutscene. Actually, I can leave right now and and retry the quest so we can see the cutscene. fucking salute me in my lone endeavor here. Alright. Fight! Okay. Just in case. Ah, fuck. I did it too late. You see, that is why it used to be a feat to be able to solo this. There's a lot of multitasking in this fight, and yeah, I can evidently not doing it by my own, so not proved to be the safest one. Becomes invincible as well. Kill these spumes really quickly too. Fuck. Oh my god, I did it. I did it just right. Just the right moment. Alright, here's the good music. Of course, I killed him very quickly. And so it was that Titan was... Titan. Okay, now I'm turning into fucking... Tractus. Fucking... And so it was that Leviathan was killed. Very fucking brutally. I mean, he bested me once, but like that one time. That was just one fuck up, man, okay? By all accounts, that really shouldn't have been a fuck up, but the timing on that one was really strict, so... And yes, I know, it used to be, right? I don't know, how could it have been hard, judging from that? Well, it was hard because it was, because of, well, back when it was level 70. It wasn't as easy.
We Lominsons are sworn to strive, till sea swallows all. And swallow all it would have, had Leviathan prevailed. That we still strive now, we owe in no small part to you. Not for the first time, you have delivered Limsa Lominsa from the wrath of a primal. Never has our nation known a stouter ally. On behalf of my people, I give you my humblest thanks. 'Tis meet that I give thanks to old Mistbeard, too, for his fine solution. Whatever else he may have been, 'tis clear he was a resourceful soul. Would that I had a man like him in my service.
Before I set foot in these lands, I had no inkling that the people of Eorzea contended with such mighty foes. Suffice it to say, their existence came as something of a shock, as did the idea that they could be defeated. This experience has served to remind me of the vastness of the world, and the boundless potential of man. Though I am but a refugee in this realm, I would fain be of use to you in your fight. Know that I am tutored in one of the foremost combat arts of the Far East. It may seem outlandish to the Eorzean eye, but should any of your people care to learn, I would be pleased to initiate them.
And I will see to it that they are grateful. I have no doubt that your knowledge and skills will serve us well. Besides, your art is not so outlandish as you think. Would you not agree, Master Thancred?
Naught escapes your searching eye, Admiral. Few are privy to this information, but Limsa Lominsa is home to a certain secret fraternity. Its members are trained in a form of combat not unlike your own. By my judgment, it should not be beyond such individuals to adapt to the techniques I witnessed you employing with such admirable deftness.
I am heartened to hear this. I too noted a kinship between your style and mine own, though it seemed to me that you fought differently in the beginning.
I suppose I did. What can I say? I'm a man of many talents.
Though you may labor to believe it, Thancred was once something of a scoundrel who fraternized with the criminal class in these parts.
Yestola! You jest, of course.
But for a
Yestola's
chance
signature's
encounter
fast.
with Alphino's grandsire, he might never have left Limsa Lominsa, or received an education in Sharlayan, or taken up his post in Uldar, which is where he trained in the blade, lest you wonder.
Minfilia, please!
Fucking putting him on
It
full
would
blast.
seem there is more to you than meets the eye, Master Thancred.
Lady Yugiri, I am told that you and yours came to Eorzea seeking permanent resettlement, and that many domins have since been engaged as frontier hands at Revenant's Toll. Moderna is many things, but a place of refuge it is not. Know that I would like nothing better than to furnish your people with a new home here on Lominsan soil. Alas, racked by instability as we are, our nation is in no fit state to take you in. Yet I'll not have it said that we turned a blind eye to your suffering. Until such time as we can do more, I pledge to send provisions.
We are in your debt, Admiral. I realize that it scarce qualifies as repayment, but if it please you, I shall set about sharing my martial knowledge with your people at once.
You wished a word in private.
The better not to spoil the festive mood. History repeats itself, Admiral. As the kobolds did before them, the Sahagin resorted to summoning their god over a territorial feud. They acted in self-preservation. It may be that the Sahagin initiated this particular clash, but how it begins does not interest me so much as how it ends.
I have not forgotten our conversation, Y'ashtola. I am aware that man bears part of the blame for the Primal's existence. Nor am I ignorant of the Sahagin's reason for acting. They sought to secure a place to breed and multiply that their kind might survive. Self-preservation, as you say. But we have as much right to live and thrive as they. If our own survival is threatened, are we to lay down our arms and welcome oblivion? Nay.
And so you kill, that you might live. Yet if living is a right, then that right belongs to all peoples, be they men or beastmen.
I'll not deny your reasoning. But when a storm gathers, it falls to me to see my people safely through it. That is my duty, and I shall do it.
As must we all, Admiral. Stay the course, then, but know that it will lead to no good end.
Man has ever put himself first and foremost. To justify his actions, he clads himself in the armor of righteousness, though it be a fancy of his own making. In this, mayhap the Garleans and we Domans are not so different.
Eorzea has become as a raging sea. If we are to keep our heads above the waves, we cannot scruple to drown the man next to us. When hopes of coexistence founder, strength must determine who has the greater right to live.
Okay. Oh, right, the quest is right here. Sorry about that, I just need to check on a few things real quickly. You take 5 a little bit to eat. So, I'll put up the BRB screen. BRB. And we're back. Goodness me. Well, we can continue onwards here. So we killed half of the prime. Am I even sure it's half? Because like, for all I know, fucking Shiva is reserved for part 6. Very well could be the case, but I know that there are a couple other fights reserved for part 6 as well that let's just say it may or may not blood it. I don't know. Certainly for now, I think I can definitely guarantee that we'll still fight Remu, so we still have a whole other arc after this is done. So this is a long one indeed. Definitely going to have to send a VOD over as opposed to playing over this for on Sunday. Yeah, I was hoping I might catch a glimpse of Fankrit too. Been a while since I've seen his shining grin. But what with all the dull-eyed wenches about, I expect he's got his hands full. Ah, you must be the Far Easterner that Meryl says want to train with us. Welcome to Mensa, my lady. I'm Yugiri of Doma. 'Tis an honor to make your acquaintance. I must confess, when I first learned of your organization, I had certain preconceptions as to the nature of your membership. It would seem I was mistaken. You're not the first person to say that, lass. Limsa's a city of pirates, to be sure, and pirates don't give two farts about giving a spotless reputation. They hardly need a secret society to do their work. Might be as my people and I to keep them to the shadows, but we've got nothing to be ashamed of. It's simply better for business that we remain unseen. And so you have developed fighting techniques suited to this purpose, I see. Know that the practitioners of my art too are denizens of the shadow. 'Tis in stealth that our strength lies. There's much we might learn from one another, I think. Then what in the seven hells are we waiting for? If you'd come with us, you do what's it. We can get acquainted in more private surrounds. That didn't come right now, didn't it? Master Samus, I shall remain with these people for a time, that I might study their ways. While I am loath to be separated from my countrymen, I take solace in the knowledge that they are in the best of hands. You have been a true friend to us, Domans. No words would suffice to express my gratitude. Ere long, I hope to begin imparting my martial knowledge to the people of Eorzea. When that time comes, it would be my honor to welcome you as a student. Alright. Are we sowing the seeds for Heavensward yet? I know we're sowing the seeds for a lot of other plots. Like Shadowbringers and Stormblood, definitely. Also, my emote is here. It's been here for like hours. It's just that I haven't bothered to go into the mail to get it. To be fair though, I don't know where the mailboxes are outside of the housing areas, so... Why is it not playing any audio? Oh, there it is. There we go. A delivery module right here. Right, New Game Plus. Let me just turn that off real quickly. Yeah. Very elaborate, yet very neat. Fuck. Excuse me. Alright, now it's time to resume. I probably should have gotten some water during my break.
I have been reflecting upon the events which took place during our visit to Vilbrand. If you have a moment, I would share my conclusions with you. Please, bear with me. When the Sahagin Elder summoned Leviathan, he employed the power we have come to know as the Echo. Though I cannot well explain the how of it, it would seem he became immortal in so doing. When the Admiral subsequently slew him, his spirit emerged from his lifeless flesh, a consciousness shorn of physical form. Thus transfigured, he took up residence in the body of his minion with the ease of a man donning a favorite glove. Long have I known that the Echo allows one to pass through the walls of a man's soul. But never did I imagine that it could free us from our own flesh, nor less that our souls could then occupy the next corporeal vessel to take our fancy. It was of this that Elidibus spoke, an existence which knows neither cessation nor oblivion. And yet, though the Sahagin had mastered his gift and thereby become immortal, he was by no means invulnerable. As we both bore witness, he was ultimately absorbed into Leviathan. And the import of this observation? If the Ascians' mode of existence is indeed the same, it can be inferred that they too are not invulnerable, that they can be destroyed. There exists a legend which tells of souls who are reborn upon the cusp of each umbral calamity, that they might stay the encroaching darkness. To most, it is but a fairy tale, yet recent events have given me cause to wonder. Could the legend in fact refer to the Echo? Much and more yet remains unknown, but I am confident that all will become clear in time. For the present, however, what matters is that the key to defeating the Ascians may at last be within sight. With Urianger's aid, it is my hope that I shall fathom this matter ere long. Oh! I was just about to send for you, my friend. Is Artemis?
Grave tidings from the Sharlayan motherland, my lady. It doth concern our distant allies, the students of Baldessian.
What of them?
My lady, the Isle of Val, which for many years hath been the Order's home, is no more.
No more? Whatever do you mean?
I relate only that which hath been conveyed unto me by our agents. An etheric wave of the highest magnitude was recorded in the region. Soon thereafter, 'twas observed that the isle had ceased to be. 'Tis postulated that a magic was evoked, like in power to Ultima.
12 preserve.
If there are no other matters, I move that today's meeting be adjourned.
It is done, my lord. I... Forgive my impertinence, my lord, but these orders, I am uncertain as to what end they serve.
Revolution.
Alright, now we're sowing the seeds for Heaven's Word. But, fuck. This is gonna be a lot. Let's see. My friends, the very isle itself, everyone and everything. No. No, it avails us not to speculate. Orion J will send word if there are any developments. Until such time as he does, we must remain firmly focused on that which is within our power to change. With that in mind, I would speak of a different matter, one closer to home. It concerns etheric fluctuations which we had previously attributed to good King Mogomog the 12th. That the king is no more is a blessing for which we have you to thank. Yet all is not well in the 12's wood. Our latest readings reveal an ongoing etheric disturbance of considerable magnitude. They may even suggest the presence of a primal. Needless to say, the mere possibility warrants immediate investigation, and I would have you... Acelia? I do not wish to interrupt, but we have a problem. What manner of problem? A band of refugees hailing from Ul'dah, this time, are coming to Revenant's Toll seeking asylum. It would seem they expect us to afford the same treatment we gave to Domans. At present, they are in the seventh heaven, awaiting a formal response. I see. Mayhap this was to be expected. I shall meet them at once. Acelia, you know full well we haven't the resources to accommodate many more people. Considering what will happen if you do this, word will spread and more will follow. Your opinion is duly noted, but I will hear their suit. Soundness, I should be grateful for your presence at this meeting. Alright, this instead. So we fight Ramu next, and that's like the immediate next thing we do. And then... maybe the whole shit with Shiva? Shiva's a long one. But if not that, then Shiva will be in part 6. Along with, like, several other things. Several other fights, several other dungeons, and several other just things in general that we gotta do. You. I apologize for keeping you waiting. My name is Minfilia, and I lead the Science at the Seventh Dawn. 12 be praised, it is you! We're ready and willing to work, same as the Dolmens. Just give us a task and we'll see it done. Pray, calm yourselves. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but I know not of your situation. Beg your pardon, antecedent. I ain't so good with words. We've been living off the scraps of Ul'dah for years now, trying to piece together a life to replace the one what took. They say there's work, but there's not for an honest man. Not as wouldn't sully his soul sooner than his palms, any road. The flames do what they can for us, of course, but it ain't near enough. And it's only getting worse. When the calamity brought us to our knees, those rich bastards in the city didn't help us up. They climbed up on our backs. I don't pretend to be clever, but even I can see what's coming. I knew we had to the only question was to where. And then it came to me. Revenant's Toll. I mean, you took them foreigners in, didn't you? So you surely did the same for us. I fear the situation is rather more complicated. While it is true that we accepted the Domin's petition for aid, that decision was the product of extraordinary circumstances. I sympathize deeply with your plight, but pray understand that it is not possible for an organization of our means to aid all who have been affected by the calamity. And so it is with great regret that I must deny your request. But we've nowhere else to go! You're turning your back on us? If I might have a word... Tataru, is aught amiss? Ill tidings from Ul'dah, my lady. Alphinaud has been wounded. What? How? Is it serious? I cannot say for certain, but I fear it might be. According to the flames, the refugees started a riot. Then they went wild. Apparently. Lashing out at any and everyone. That can't be right. Why would they? They must have been provoked. The demonstration must have meant to be peaceful. Seven hells, now the Blades have an excuse. They'll round us up and kill anyone who tries to resist. Antecedent, please. If you won't help us build a new life, at least help us keep the ones we got. My lady, we are not ones to stand idly by and watch innocents suffer. However, until we know more of the circumstances surrounding this riot, I am not certain what aid, if any, we can provide. If the authorities determine that the refugees attacked without provocation, then those responsible will have to answer for their actions. How can you be so blind? Find Alphinaud, and quickly. If he's in danger, or worse, I would have you and none other by his side. Thank you. Pray, do not concern yourself with the matter we were discussing earlier. Ida and Papalymo will see to it. Alphinaud is being treated at the Hourglass. Hurry, Somnus. Hourglass. Have no idea what the hell that is. But apparently it's in Ul'dah, so... Oh, the Adventurers Guild. Oh, that's the name of the inn in the quicksand. Gotcha. Well, he seems perfectly fine to me.
Come, you must have gathered by now that Tataru is given to exaggeration. As you can see, I am quite well. Ul'dah, on the other hand, is not. This riot was anything but an isolated incident.
Oh, okay.
There is a restlessness in the air. Tensions long simmering are at last threatening to boil over. Ul'dah is a nation infamous for the great disparity between the wealthy and the poor. The majority of the populace accepts this state of affairs because they believe that every man bears responsibility for his own lot in life. To an Ul'dan, money is the foremost, and some would say the only measure of a man's worth. Small wonder that the wealthiest wield the greatest influence. So where do the refugees fit into this social hierarchy? What place is there for those who fled Alamigo and the destruction of the Calamity? Plainly, there is none. They have no wealth, no power, and no worth. To the Ul'dan way of thinking, they may as well not exist. Choosing to ignore their existence, however, is patently not an option. General Rauban and the Sultana understand this, which is why they ordered the Immortal Flames to provide the refugees aid and succor. Yet none would dispute that the expenses incurred by this policy grow by the day, with no end in sight. This has prompted more and more Uldans to question their obligation to aid these worthless wanderers. While more and more refugees have come to resent their treatment at the hands of the sneering citizenry. The manner of Lord Lolorito's refusal to grant the Dolmens asylum bespoke a disdain for all refugees, an attitude shared by the rest of the monetarists. And you may be sure they make no effort to conceal their opinions. It was only a matter of time before the refugees united in protest, nor is it any surprise that some among them would ultimately resort to violence. That the immortal flames should choose this of all occasions to engage in joint training exercises with the other Grand Companies. By the time they return, the situation may well have deteriorated beyond mending.
Alright. Alphino's been injured, my ass. He probably just fell over. That's probably all that happened. Hey, friendo. I wonder what Saxus is doing here in Noldal. He's in a party, so he might be doing something. Or just meeting with people. So speaking of meetings, let's see if I can blend into the background here. Now's not a good time, Somnus. My hands are full dealing with the refugees. Precisely the matter we wish to discuss, General. Alphino, back on your feet already? You may credit my swift recovery to your chirurgeons. My memories of the riot are still somewhat muddled. I trust you managed to regain control of the situation. Not entirely. We secured the city soon enough, but not before the unrest had spread to the surrounding territories. Pockets of resistance remain throughout Thanalan. We have sent what forces we can spare to root out the last of the belligerents, but progress is slow. They are damnably elusive. I can well imagine. Given that the majority of refugees live outside the walls, it stands to reason that they would know the lay of the land. What I do not understand is how they came to be so well prepared. Before my little accidents, I observed that several of the refugees were armed, and not with butcher's knives or pitchforks, but with martial weaponry. I need hardly add that such equipment is costly. None can deny that tensions between the Aldan citizenry and the refugee population have increased since the Dolmens were turned away. But would that motivate a starving man to purchase arms in lieu of food? I think not. And what of those who have not even a single gil to spend? Who could not survive without the aid provided by the immortal flames? Surely they would sooner sell a weapon than bring it to bear against their benefactors. Come to the point. Very well. My point, General, is that this powder keg of discontent was not a light by chance. These events were deliberately set in motion, and now order must be restored. That is my first duty. Until it is done, any investigation can wait. I do not have time to discuss this. My scouts will be returning anon. The General is no fool. He keeps his own counsel, and with good cause. Were he to claim, without the necessary proof, that these riots were instigated by outside forces, the monitors would accuse him of attempting to shirk responsibility. After all, he and the Sultana had been the most outspoken proponents of refugee aid. Regardless, they will face harsh criticism in the days ahead. Our allies may stumble upon the truth in time, but I have far more faith in your abilities, Somnus. Therefore, I propose we conduct our own investigation, independent of the authorities. To that end, I would have you make inquiries into settlements suspected of harboring belligerents. Commander Swift will know which they are. He may balk at the request for such information, but I have no doubt you can persuade him with your silver tongue. I, meanwhile, shall seek answers in my own way. after which we can regroup and share our findings. Well then, shall we? Don't hurt me. I'm not one of them. Wait, I know your face. Are you not the man from the Church of Saint Adamo and Donna? 1,000 pardons, my friend. I mistook you for one of the thugs who have been tormenting us. If Whalebrick bid you speak to me with me, then I take it you've agreed to help. 'Twill be praised that. Because we haven't a moment to waste. Everyone knows the flames are on the march. Okay. And he's scared. What are you doing? Don't draw, don't draw, don't draw, don't draw, don't draw! Oh, Suv. Who are you? What do you want? It's true. I followed the merchant, and made a god strike me down for my folly. What they will not give, you must take, he said. When we asked how, he revealed a cache of weapons he had brought and implored us to seize control of our fates. I thought about running then and there, but the others were so excited. He split us into 2 groups, sent us off on our own. But then the flames found us. We didn't know what to do. Our leader tried to parley with theirs, but then they started arguing, and then fighting, and then everyone was fighting, and the flames were shouting to give no quarter, and... Oh god, it's the other group! They're still out there! If we don't stop them, they'll be massacred like mine was! Okay, where are they, man? 7 hells, they've found us! Everyone, grab your gear and make for the rendezvous point. So that's your game, is it? Sorry to disappoint you, lad, but we're more willing to kill your... Oh. Oh, damn. Yeah, no, they weren't kidding. Alright. You want to try that again? Oh, wait. Not all of you are gone, evidently. Alright. Do you want to try that again now? No? Alright. How about again? You're beating him like it was nothing! Fall almighty, what are we gonna do? Okay, alright. Yeah, you didn't really want to try that, buddy. Alright. Have to find the merchant who supplied the weapons. Okay, I really need to go get a drink. Ugh, fuck. I've been cupless for a while. I'll be ready. Yeah, I'm back. Alright. Let's go. Alright. Where is our man? Are you it? Or are you just... No, you're a child. Have you seen my parents? No, I mean, what do they look like? They told me to stay here with the others. They said they'd be back soon, but it's been days. They left with the man from Ul'dah. The man said they were gonna change everything, make it so that we could live inside the walls with everyone else. I liked it when he said that. I didn't like it when he talked about making the rich people pay. Everyone looked so angry, and I got scared. Say, mister, are you looking for someone? I'm looking for someone stirring up trouble. That man probably was it, yeah? You mean the man who left with my parents? But I don't know where he... Wait! Look, over there! I think that's him! Well now, which of these gullible fools shall be my next victim? You! I... Well, time to chase after him. He's getting away! Go get him, mister! Fucking... Intense police chase with a bed. Yes. Yeah, just as I love how just as Patrick got used to the fucking car being in a fantasy land, he beats with the magic bed. Hey, buddy. You again! Why are you pursuing me? Sedition? Treason? Revolution? That's preposterous! Who has filled your head with these lies? Refugees? The self-same refugees who terrorized the streets of Ul'dah? Ha! You have no proof to prove your accusations. None! Just heard you. No, I will not accompany you to the Hall of Flames. You have no right to detain me. I can make a citizen's arrest. For the sake of argument, let's say I did do those things you claim. Surely you don't think I give a Kakiran's ass about politics. It was business, only business. Yeah? You wanna try anything? We both know I'm not the one you want. However, if you agree to protect me, I swear I shall tell you everything. Okay. Oh, damn. What's all this commotion? Sniped. 7 hells! Tell the others to spread out and search the area. The killers may still be close. Hold, adventurer. I would know more about your relationship with the victim, as well as the events leading up to his death. I was apprehending him for something. This man was responsible for the recent riots? Mayhap we owe his murderer a debt of gratitude. In any case, it was obvious you are not the one whom we seek. You may carry on with your investigations, Sion. Would that I have a bow and arrow, and, well, a less efficient means of killing from point-blank range, yeah. Yeah, I think it makes sense that dying by arrow fire was not my responsibility. I did not set that to happen. Alright, let's move on. Commander, a man has died! What news, Thomas? Where's the merchant? Dead! Murdered? Damn it all, the 7th hell! He was not simply murdered, Thomas. He was silenced. Too many knew his face, and he was ready to divulge his secrets. Do not despair, though. We may be closer to identifying the true orchestrator of these riots when you realize. Yes. Bartholomew. I wonder why Ul'dah is so populated today. I mean, I know I'm here, but still. There are a lot of people here today. Mayhap they all be doing the same thing I'm doing. The story shit. Excuse me. That was like a slight hiccup there. I am very concerned with my throat health. I mean, I fear I might not be eating the right shit after all.
Commander Swift has kept us apprised of your recent activities. You've made great strides towards quelling the violence.
Despite our best efforts to determine what provoked this uprising, the truth continues to elude us. Have you uncovered aught which might shed some light on the mystery?
This information does not leave this room. The Syndicate's decision to reject the Doman refugees' appeal for asylum had lasting repercussions. A number of those displaced by the calamity claimed it was proof of a policy of discrimination. Together with a group of Alamegan refugees, they organized a series of demonstrations to protest against the Sultanate. Demonstrations which became heated, but did not descend into violence. until a certain incident served as a call to arms.
A unit of brass blades sent to supervise a demonstration loosed arrows upon unarmed protesters. It was this atrocity which prompted the refugees to take up arms. I need not tell you what followed.
We assumed at first that the attack was born of a miscommunication. When emotions run high, they happen. But suspicions were raised regarding the unit's commanding officer, whom I ordered interrogated. Sure enough, our fears were soon confirmed. The dog confessed that a merchant had offered him coin to give the order. A merchant in the employ of Teleji Adeleji.
Teleji Adeleji? But he spoke in favor of the Doman's cause, and has ever seemed sympathetic towards the refugees' plight. Why would he do such a thing?
Know you of the Cartano Reclamation Bill? It is a proposal to annex the Cartano Flats so that refugees may establish permanent settlements.
When last I looked, that was disputed territory.
Aye. Some might even call it a battlefield. The destruction wrought by Bahamut was greatest at the Cartano Flats. That much is common knowledge. What is less well known is that his rampage laid bare ancient Alagon ruins, of which no record existed. There are certain differences of opinion as to how these ruins should be handled, which is why each nation maintains a military presence in the region to this day. Yet differ though we may, we are still allies. Therefore, in the interest of preserving the Eorzean alliance, we have reached an agreement. Any conflict which may arise during the course of military exercises in the region shall have no bearing on relations between our nations. In full knowledge of this delicate state of affairs, Teleji Adeleji proposed the Cartano Reclamation Bill, a shameless bloody ruse which stands to benefit him in but one conceivable way. If successful, he will gain control over the disputed territory under the guise of assisting in the resettlement effort. And you can be sure he'll build an orphanage next to every Alagon ruin.
The man would threaten the unity of the Eorzean alliance and risk countless lives for personal gain.
He walks a path all his own, independent of any faction and beholden to none of his fellows on the Syndicate.
By inciting the less fortunate to violence, he hopes to convince others that the Cartano Reclamation Bill is the only viable solution. His sympathy for the plight of the Domans was not but posturing to gain credibility with the refugees. Of that there can be no doubt.
Forgive me, but what could possibly motivate Teleji Adeleji to go to such lengths? What is so special about these ruins that he would risk his position on the Syndicate, and, most likely, charges of treason against the Sultanate?
Omega.
Pardon?
An Alagon monstrosity, not unlike the Ultima weapon. Mayhap larger, we know not. It has yet to be fully excavated. Alagon inscriptions indicate that it was created to fell Bahamut himself. If accurate, it might explain why Nail Van Darnus chose to bring the Red Moon down upon the Cartano Flats, given the ends he went to ensure Eorzea's annihilation. Destroying the one weapon which could stay the Elder Primal may well have seemed like good sense.
When first I bore witness to the power of the Ultima weapon, I doubted the evidence of my senses. And now you tell me there is another such weapon. One which could contend with Bahamut. Bahamut!
Aye. We were skeptical ourselves. Truth be told, until the Ultima weapon's existence came to light, we thought the inscription had been mistranslated.
At present, Omega is more akin to a fossil than a tool of war, having long since ceased to function. As such, its true potential cannot accurately be gauged. However, if someone were to restore it, as the Garleans did the Ultima weapon, I have little doubt that he would wield untold power.
Power enough to subjugate Uldar like as not, and the rest of Eorzea besides, which is doubtless why Teleji Adeleji yearns to have it.
That he should aspire to world domination. He who has ever walked 2 paces behind Lord Lolorito in matters of commerce.
'Tis in acknowledgement of his own limitations that he seeks this power. Woe betide us all should we allow him to have it.
Pray waste no time chasing rats. Only a fool would believe that secrets can be kept in Uldar.
It would seem the implications of the Sultanate's refugee problem are rather more far-reaching than we assumed.
Alright. I should be glad to know the truth, and yet the thought that all this chaos was the product of one man's lust for power sickens me. How long do you think they intend to hide the existence of Omega from the Scions? That they even felt the need to do so is most troubling. It would be in our best interests to learn more of the military activities in the disputed territories. Fortunately, you are already well positioned to do so, Lieutenant Eterna. Pray, keep us informed of any developments in Cartanel. Begone, whelp! This is no place for children! I was looking for you, mister. You said you were looking for the man who left with my parents. You know this girl? Yeah, she helped me track down the I've just been reminded of a Studio C sketch wherein it was a Bring Your Daughter to Work Day, but they were detectives investigating a crime scene. And so they had to a murder scene, more accurately. So they had to they had code. They had a code for different things. For example, the murder scene was called a birthday party, and a stabbing was called a snuggle, and a gunshot was called a pixie kiss. Anyways, so he visited Stonefro as well, I see. So yeah, the guy got snuggled. Did you find the man? Were my parents with him? They were not, I'm afraid. However, I can think of several places they might be. If you like, we can go and look for them together. Really? You'll help me look, mister? But of course. But first, I must needs finish speaking with my friend. He's telling me a secret, you see, so no one else is allowed to listen. Mayhap you could wait for me over that pillar over there. We require but a moment. Okay, mister. I'll be waiting. I'll take her to the quicksand. Mayhap Mimodi will know what to do. A legion of Garleans. An Aether-starved primal. Even dealing with an Ascian would be preferable to this charade. Sometimes I fear Minfilia is too ambitious. We rush hither and yon in response to threats as they arise, without concern for the strain it places on our limited resources and ourselves. Mayhap the time has come for change. Summoners, this is Minfilia. I know this is sudden, but I must ask you to return to Revenant's Toll with all due haste. The situation at the 12's Wood has just taken a turn for the worse. I will explain in detail once you arrive. We have phones, lady. The 12's Wood that the primal threat she spoke of before has been confirmed. I have received no reports of Ixali activity, which leaves the sylphs? Go, Somnus. You know as well as I that the appearance of a primal takes precedence over all else. Oh, and when you arrive, do inform the antecedent that while I'm grateful for her concern, she didn't fear for my safety. I am more capable of protecting myself. Oh, evidently not yet, Alphino. Not yet. Fucking once you get a gun, then you. Okay. In reference to the sketch I was talking about before, fucking once you get your pixie when you're older, then you'll have two, one for you and one for your. One for you and one for your glove. Well, more precisely, he's gonna have 4, and they're gonna help him sprout wings and fly like a Gundam. So, but yeah. God, I'm excited for Endwalker. I'm excited to level Sage before literally every other healer. But I'm not taking Sage into Endwalker because, I mean, I am not a mage person, really. Nor am I a Healy's person, seriously. Alright, something's happened. Thank you for responding to my call with such haste. Rest assured, I should not have summoned you if it were not urgent. To business, then. I've received some of most disturbing news from the Order of the Twin Adder. They have reason to believe that the Sylphs have called forth their revered guardian, the Primal Remu. I'm sorry, may have? Then it is not certain. The Elder Seedseer informs us that the elementals themselves murmur of the Lord of Leven's return to the forest. The Sylphlings, however, display no signs of undue commotion. Forgive me, antecedent, but the fact need not contradict the elementals' testimony. Unlike his more bellicose compeers, Garuda and so on, Remu is reputed to act only in the defense of his children. I imagine he would soon make his presence known if any were foolish enough to directly endanger the sylphs of their territory. The abruptness of this development concerns me. Were we not keeping a close watch on the touched ones and their movements? If preparations for our summoning ritual were indeed underway, 'twould surely not have escaped your notice. Oh, it didn't! I was pretty sure it was going to happen, just not this soon. I beg your pardon? You foresaw this eventuality and did not prevent it? I told Papalimo. Of course, I could have reported things to Minfilia earlier, but there honestly wasn't much we could do except wait and see. You know how the Sylphs feel about people poking around in their territory. They already summoned Remu once right after the calamity, but that was because the Garleans came trampling through the forest. And so long as Castrum Orient stands, the Sylphs cannot be blamed for wishing to have their guardian deity on hand. In short, Ida and I are in agreement. The actions of the forest folk were inevitable and unavoidable. And I maintain that observation would have remained the best policy had it not been for the sudden influx of strangers into the Black Shroud. That, alas, we did not foresee. By all accounts, the recent violence in Ul'dah drove a number of refugees to seek safety under the concealing canopy of the trees. Just like that, the sylphs perceived this panicked migration as yet another invasion, and quickened their efforts to summon their god. I am put in mind of Titan and the kobolds. Once again, it is the affairs of men which have paved the way for Primal's coming. Indeed, one cannot help but wonder what manner of place Eorzea would be without the civilizing influence of mankind. Be that as it may, this regrettable development does afford us a unique opportunity. Somnus, through your dealings with the Sylphs of Little Solace, you once succeeded in preventing an untimely conflict with Catania. I wonder, might one who has treated with the Sylphs so fruitfully in the past not achieve similar success in their patron deity? If Ramuh could be convinced of their intentions, it may be the first step to breaking the cycle of primal summoning. A fond hope, were such a thing possible, we would not have been at war with the beastmen since time immemorial. But maybe this time we can... Let us continue this discussion anon. We must first needs consult with the nation most affected by Ramuh's presence. The Elder Seatseers requested your personal involvement, Somnus. Pray report to Commander Huloi at the Adder's Nest as soon as you are able. Steel yourself for the worst. While I hope for a peaceful resolution to this matter, experience suggests that your meeting with the Lord of Levin will prove less than amicable. In such an event, your fellow Scions will of course lend you whatever support you require. Alright. To Greed we go. I should probably stop using my ferry tickets so much. I only got the 200 of them just yesterday, so... Alright. Need to stretch a little bit. It's also getting warm in this place. What is the temperature reading right now? Because it is quite warm. 70! Okay, alright. That's grounds for, well, that's grounds for why I'm cooking right now. This room... It's 70 out in the environment right now, which makes sense. It's a beautiful sunny day right now. But considering that this room normally is somewhere between 5 to 10 degrees warmer than everything else around it, it comes as no surprise that I'm fucking cooking in here. Yeah, 70 sounds low, but like, yikes, it's a yikes for
On
Washingtonians.
behalf of the people of Gridania, I bid you welcome. Your presence is of great comfort to us all in these days of uncertainty. I summoned you here to share tidings of a most urgent nature.
I'll open up.
But a short while ago, the great elemental spoke, and his voice was clarion in its intensity.
I should probably...
Ramuh is returned unto the forest.
I should probably stop speaking during the cutscene. I want to open up the window, but there's roadwork happening right now, so it would be very loud. So I'm just gonna live with the uncomfortability. I could turn on the air conditioner, but that produces background noise, unless that's fine.
Scarce had his words ceased to echo in mine ears when we were visited by an emissary from Little Solace. Our guest informs us that the sylphs too have sensed the presence of the Lord of Levin. Though his exact whereabouts remain unknown, we may safely assume that the primal was summoned within the heart of the Sylphlands. Unlike the other primals you have encountered, Lord Ramuh is no raging avatar of destruction. He is revered as much for his wisdom as his strength, serving as both arbiter and guardian to his children. Given that we and the Sylphs found a way to share the Twelves Wood, it is my hope that this sagely immortal will be amenable to reason, and that conflict may be avoided. Blessed as you are with the power of the Echo, you are one of the few among us who may commune with a primal without fear of influence. I would ask, therefore, that you represent us in this most delicate of negotiations. The Twelves Wood has suffered enough. Upon this, we and the Sylphs, and I would venture Lord Ramuh himself, are in perfect accord. Let us not endanger our shared home by engaging in unnecessary hostilities. Dear friend, I beseech you, safeguard the peace which exists between our peoples. You have my thanks. Pray make for Little Solace, then. A member of the Order of the Twin Adder awaits you there. He will advise you on how to find the Lord of Levin. An ill wind blows through the forest. Yet, it is not only the Twelves Wood that flinches at its coming. All the lands Veorzia shiver in dread anticipation. Have care.
Okay. Oh. Instead of kill, it's talk. I can talk. I was told that a messenger would be sent as soon as your fellow Scions finished their investigation. I do not imagine it will be much longer. This one returns, and returns with good tidings. Wise ones have finished searching, and have wisely identified the precise location where the touched ones summoned Lord Ramuh. Your timing is impeccable, my fluttery friend. Might you be so kind as to escort this good man to his fellow Scions? It will be this one's pleasure. Walking One, please come with this one. Through here. Maxio. Alright, we're in the Sylphlands now. Let's just do a casual stroll through this place. I doubt that they'll be that angry that there's a fucking mech going through here, armed to the teeth and clad in gold. Oh, surely they won't bat an eye. See, look, the locals are very, very kind here. What's funny is that when I was doing my my Zodiac weapon, the book phase ordered you to kill these guys pretty indiscriminately, all manners of them, literally every single type of these Sylph NPCs and Sylph mobs. Told you to kill. So, so when I see these things, I don't really see the cute pixies that they are, or pixie-like things that they are. I roll in here with a tank and fucking see them all as targets for target practice. Also, considering the fact that I say fight with fight, remove, fight, remove, fight, remove, I've been saying that for the past 3 streams. I think it's pretty clear we're fighting Ramu, and like talking is not really gonna work. But you know, who knows what? I don't know. Wow. Okay, that is pretty loud.
Tynora betrays thee, servant of hiding.
Ugh. Ladies and gents, meet Thunder Santa! This is Ramu. He's been Thunder Santa in literally every game he's been in. There's no exception here. He is Thunder
Thou
Santa.
art the bringer of light, bane of Ifrit, Titan, Garuda, and Leviathan. I am Ramu, guardian of the children of the forest. Thou tramplest upon sacred soil, bringer of light. By what right doth man intrude in this sanctuary of the sylphs? The Gridanians proffer peace? Their words are born of delusion, thine offer an insult. Thou speakest of harmony, yet carest naught for my children's desires. They did but wish to dwell beneath these boughs in solitude. Yet even that was too much to ask of man. Thus did they turn to me for succor. The sentence I pronounce upon thy kind is just. Redanian or Garlean, it matters not. The good intent of one excuseth not the misdeeds of the other. Thy conflicts have brought naught but anguish and misery unto the forest. All blame doth lie with the darkness that resideth in the breast of man. Whence sprung this calamitous seed? In the beginning no such duality existed. Were light and dark given form when man was born? It would explain much. Not least why strife and sorrow follow ever in thy wake. Thou canst not deny the urgings of thine own nature. Knowing that thy mere presence here portendeth tragedy, wilt thou persist in this pretense of peacemaking?
I mean, yeah. I have this thing after all.
Thou bearest the crystal which I bestowed upon my wayward charges. That they should entrust so precious a gift to thee.
Thou standest apart from thy kin. Thou art the bringer of light, aye. But there is something more in thee. Very well. I shall consider thy proposal, shouldst thou survive my trial. If thou wouldst champion the cause of harmony, I must have proof that thou art fit to play the role. Wither mine ire, and prove to me thereby that thou hast strength enough to stay the darkness which threateneth to consume thee. Yet if thou shouldst be found wanting, know that all men shall perish in the storm of my judgment.
I accept. I am more than fitting to the task. I'll have you know.
Come to me, bringer of light. I shall await thee on the field of battle.
Urianger, it is rare indeed to find you so far from a tome.
The Lord of Levin himself. Never till this day had I looked upon his visage, save in painted renderings made faint by time. Ever shall this scene remain etched in my mind's eye. Beg pardon, my lady. I must beg thine aid on a point of research. If thou art resolved to face Lord Ramu, I would ask thy leave to observe the event.
Yeah. Be cool with that. We fight Ramu. This is gonna be... Alright, well, this. Oh fuck, he's invincible. Oh fuck. Alright, this is gonna hurt. So I'm gonna put up a lot of these. Okay, it didn't really hurt. I was under the impression that it would hurt a lot more. There we go. before we leave here, I'm gonna need to use the restroom. That honestly took a lot longer than all the rest of them, but then again, I did forget that he turns invincible after a while. That's just a precedent. I'm not gonna be One Punch Man for the duration of this, much as I'd like to be.
I have taken thy measure, bringer of light. And I judge thee a worthy champion. The task of excising the sin that hath taken root in man's heart is thine. Shrink not from employing thy strength in service to the forest and the wider realm beyond. Like hungering shadows do the enemies of harmony gather, and meekness will but feed them. If man is to be delivered from the dark, it shall be by thy guiding light alone. Stray not from the path, for if thou dost, thy people shall be truly lost.
Thou
God,
hast
that's rough.
slain the Lord of Levin. A regrettable act, but a necessary one.
Fucking, that was akin to killing Socrates, okay? It really was.
In witnessing thy struggle, a truth hath been revealed unto me. If I mistake not, it may yet prove a chink in the eternal armor of the Assyrians. But let us conclude our present business. I shall expound upon my findings at the Rising Stones anon.
Okay. Anon and oh god. Oh no, what has happened? I'm still alive, yeah? Must be. Here's a problem. I disconnected from my Steam friend network. But I don't know if that was because of updates or what, but I think I still have internet. Oh no. Oh no, something's gotta be happening right now. Definitely enough, I'm still online on Steam, yes? Yes. So it's just a friend network that's offline. It might be a Steam thing. But I'm connected to the game still. I'm connected to the stream still. Albeit we dropped a couple of frames. But it seems we're fine. I think because my mom's mowing the lawn outside right now, and I think she might have bumped over something, the satellite dish or something. Might have been the case. Hopefully not, so otherwise... because, like, I did get some dropped frames, meaning I did get a slight disconnection on the stream. That doesn't seem to be affecting anything too badly. Man, that might have just actually been just from me reconnecting to the Steam friend network, so... Like, that might have just been it, so... Whereas hopefully, that doesn't mean that the stream is kaput. Um... Report to the Elder Seeds here. There's someone named Teriyaki with a wife named Fuyumi Yaki. Truly the ideal of romance right there. They hail from Excalibur though. Why are they on the Leviathan? Server, by the way, not the thing we just killed like what, an hour or two ago?
You are returned to us, dear friend, and none the worse for bearing the heavy burden which I did press upon you. Most glad am I of this. I am informed that your efforts to negotiate a peace with Lord Ramuh ended in conflict. Pray tell me, what befell?
He just wants to see who is stronger. So to see who's better fit
Ramuh
to
made
protect everyone.
trial of you?
Yes.
I fear there is truth to his claim. It is the darkness within us that attracts the darkness without. It cannot be denied that misfortune follows man. For evidence, one need only look to the conflict brewing in Cartano, or to the rising flood of refugees. Our shared struggle against the Empire should have served to seal our union. Yet the ties which bind the Alliance strain under the weight of gross self-interest. As the scars of the calamity begin to fade, so too does our sense of common purpose. Yet now is scarce the time to forget our shared responsibility. If this new-sprung realm is to survive beyond its infancy, it must needs be nurtured by all. Eorzea must be as one. Yet I fear that dream is still far off. On behalf of the people of Gridania and the elementals both, I thank you for all that you and your fellow scions have done. Full oft have I been compelled to look to you for aid of late, and offered all too little in return. As leader of this nation, I shall endeavor to prove a more worthy ally to your cause henceforth. Lord Ramuh has departed, yet the keening of this ill wind grows no less insistent. Voices of the forest, pray speak and I shall listen. What unseen evil begets this unease in my heart?
Thus ends another daunting mission, eh, Samus? I'd hoped Lord Ramu could be persuaded with words alone, but nonetheless, I can only admire the adroitness with which you responded to the Primal's challenge. And it seems that Urianger, too, was pleased with the outcome. What say you, Samus? Shall we gather back to the Rising Stones and ponder the lessons of the day? We shall. Just gotta scroll all the way to the bottom. Again, it's a problem that I lament alone, because it's a problem only I cause for myself. Easily circumventable by just doing a click. But, I don't want to do that all the time, so I scroll. Alright, and there's also I don't know if there's more after this or not. This might be the end of part 5. It's been rolling on for like 5.5 hours now. So, but truth be told, like, this is a lengthy one. How far are we away from, like, the end of it all? Like, I know it's probably stupid to think, like, oh, we're close to, like, the end of the patch quests, but let's see here. Oh my god. Oh my god, are we even halfway through? We're just about halfway through, actually. Yeah, okay. Alright. So, it could be the end of part 5, and then part 6 might also be similarly beefy. Might be. I don't know. Because I know there's a lot that happens after this still.
If everyone is ready, let us begin. Urianger, the floor is yours.
As all here assembled now know, in its final hours as our Order's headquarters, the Waking Sands did play host to a most unexpected visitor. I speak of the Ascian clad in white, Elidibus. Unwelcome though his presence was, his words that day did serve to confirm a truth long suspected, that the Ascians are eternal beings, to whom physical destruction is as a temporary inconvenience.
In the intervening time, Urianger and I have striven to discover a means by which the Ascians might more permanently be slain.
And 'tis my belief that we have found the thread that will allow us to unravel the twisted skein of their existence. In the moments prior to Leviathan's most recent manifestation, the Sahagin elder who summoned him was observed to undergo some manner of ascension. The etheric readings taken by Y'ashtola at the time of this transfiguration have proven most enlightening.
The disruption to the flow of ether was sudden and dramatic. So tangible was the agitation, I scarce had need of my goggles.
The significance of Y'ashtola's readings might better be understood in the context of mine own, taken at the instant of the Lord of Levin's demise. Unlike the Primal, the Sahagin was not subject to etheric dissipation.
Before discussing our new discoveries, it may benefit us all to recall what we know of etheric behavior. Let us begin at what some might call the end. When we who dwell in the material realm die, our spirits dissolve into the flow of ether and are returned to the ethereal realm. In turn, The restless energy which suffuses that plane streams back into our world, giving rise to new life.
'Tis as the heavens did decree, the way of all mortal souls. Twixt this world and the next do the ethereal currents swirl, bearing the very essence of life. Thus doth the cycle of birth, death, and rebirth continue unabated.
Primals behave somewhat differently. In order to manifest and then maintain a physical presence in this realm, they must consume vast quantities of ether, most often in the form of crystals. Though they may seem to live, their flesh is but ether given shape. Thus, a defeated primal leaves behind no broken corpse. Rather, the essence of its form seeps back into the land whence it came, and the energy of its shattered spirit is called back to the ethereal realm.
And there it waiteth, till next the prayers of the faithful do draw it forth from the sea of ether, to take their offering of crystals and make for itself a new body.
Which brings us on to the third group, the so-called immortals. They exist in a manner all their own.
Quite. Even as the Sahagin Elder fell to the Admiral's musket shot, I witnessed the release of an ethereal cloud, which immediately took possession of a nearby minion.
A soul that dissipateth not upon the death of the flesh.
The secret of life everlasting, and in the claws of a Sahagin no less. But I wonder, what would happen to one of these obstinate spirits, should there be no suitable host for it to claim?
If mortal death entails a return to the ethereal realm, it seems doubtful that the soul of an immortal would venture there.
Nay, it merely withdraweth the distance, unto the shore of the ethereal sea, perchance, but no further.
Yes, it exists in neither this realm nor the next, abiding instead in the space that lies between them. The Ascians took control of Thancred by means of a crystal of darkness, an artifact which, if our theories are correct, serves as a gateway to the place I have just described.
I was hoping people had forgotten about that.
I am sorry, my friend.
For a mercy, the weary road of our research hath brought us unto an answer.
The Sahagin ascended to an immortal state, but he did not possess a crystal of darkness through which to flee this realm. Thus was he consumed by Leviathan. If we could entrap the spirits of defeated Ascians in like manner, and thereby deny them resurrection...
Therein lieth the path to victory. Thou art most perceptive, my lady. Only when we have trapped the bodiless soul within an ethereal prison can we hope to defeat its unnatural constancy. Thus might even an eternal paragon be consigned to oblivion.
These feats are, of course, far easier said than done. At present, we lack a viable means to entrap and extinguish an Ascian soul. Yet, I believe it to be possible. The pieces of the puzzle lie before us. We have but to put them together.
I will depart at once to convene with the sages of Sharlayan. Together shall we divine the steps by which our goals may be achieved.
I have the utmost faith in you, Archon.
Beg pardon, antecedent, but I would raise one final matter. Even now, a Sharlayan survey party seeketh to ascertain the fate of the students of Baldessian. Their findings shall soon be known to us. Though you harbor feelings of dread, I bid you, surrender not to sorrow, but abide instead in hopeful prayer.
I shall, Archon. Thank you.
The Lord of Levin has returned to the Ether, as was Leviathan before him. Remu's acquaintance was most intriguing. Inferno, Vortex, Crag, Whirl, and Levin all have now been humbled by the bringer of light. The limitless potential of man, Heidelin the servant, grows mightier by the day. Yet he prospers at great cost to his mistress, whose strength is all too finite. 7 times have the masses survived the rejoining, but their souls are grown weak and wane. Yet even as it innovates, the ardor empowers our master. All that remains is to nurture the strength of the gifted, to forge the final key. And that is the task to which we bend our every effort. Divine seeds wherever wont to quicken in Eorzea's fertile soil. We need only lead men to the field, and by their eager hands shall a new deity rise. That which was shattered shall be made anew, and then one true God shall come again. Part 5's still not done, but that means more streaming time, so and more justification to have made this stream in the first place. Now that the matter of Ramu has, for the present, been put to rest, there's something I would show you, Somnus. It is a letter of thanks, signed by the leaders of the Eorzean Alliance, acknowledging the Alliance's tireless efforts to tireless service to the realm. And mentions in particular the names of all the defeated primals: Ifrit, Titan, Garuda, Good King Mogulmog III, or no, not the third, the 12, excuse me, Leviathan, and now Ramu. Needless to say, there's only one among our number to have faced them all. And though these words of gratitude were addressed into our order as a whole, I feel they were meant for you above all others. I too must offer my heartfelt thanks for all you have done in the course of your duties. You have never once failed to answer to my call to arms. You are a true hero, Somnus, and Eorzea is that much the safer for your presence. Pray, do not misunderstand me. I said safer, not safe. I know only too well that we can ill afford to lower our guard. The Ascians may be relied upon to sow chaos in this realm until such time as they are forced to stop. Yet even without their encouragement, you may be assured that man would foment strife in the zone, and that is to say nothing of the beast tribes. Unless we learn to live in harmony, the primals too will return to plague us again and again and again. And yet, despite all of this, your deeds serve to inspire the people, to give them hope for a better tomorrow, and there is no greater gift. That we have the courage to strive for what might otherwise seem an impossible peace. We owe in no small part to the dangers you have faced on our behalf, and the people you have won over to our cause in so doing. Our list of enemies has ever been long. Think of the allies with whom we are now blessed. Of the sylphs of this little solace, who wish not of conflict. Of Alize, who strives to unearth the terrible secrets of the calamity. And then there is Sid, and the fellowship of Noah, racing to unlock the ancient mysteries of ancient Alag, that we may be spared the horror of another ultimate weapon. That's referring, by the way, to the main quest that we just did, to the Coils of Bahamut, and to the Labyrinth of Ancients 24-man raids, respectively. So, because in this iteration of the story, and this iteration, because of how New Game Plus works, it considers me have already done those quests. So it mentions that. Of course, when speaking of our greatest allies, we must not forget those closest to us, by which I mean our fellow Silents. Thanks to their many and varied talents, our order is uniquely equipped to combat the far-reaching corruption of the Ascians, and combat it we shall. Your enthusiasm is truly heartwarming, antecedent. Given our embarrassing wealth of allies, I trust it will not inconvenience you unduly if I absent myself for a time. Alphino, I take the troubles in Ul'dah no longer require your attention. There are yet some rumblings of discontent, but the air is of simmering violence is largely dissipated. 'Tis to report that I stand before you now. That, and to speak with you concerning the new organization we discussed. I have a message for you from Elle. You recall the refugee girl, the one whose parents were missing? They were found unharmed. She wished me to pass on her thanks to you. Why, Alphino, am I to understand that you made the effort to remember the poor girl's name? I look forward to reading all about her in your report. I do hope you left nothing out. Somnus, you may have been away from Revenant's Toll for some time now, I believe. Might I suggest you put on the affairs of the realm to one side for the moment, and take this opportunity to reacquaint yourself with the town. Which reminds me, one of the Doman children recently inquired as to your whereabouts. Yozan was his name, I believe. He has some small matter he wishes to share with you. Why not oblige him for a visit? Let's go. Oh, I just unlocked a painful memory. Glamours. That thing I just demonstrated last stream. Fucking way back when I played this game for the first time, Glamours were locked at level 50. You'll notice now, Glamours are given to you at level 15, about 10, 15, somewhere around there. It's really low level now. Glamours, by contrast, back then, when Heavensward was still a thing, and new, and when I was playing, was, they were a luxury. They were very much, oh fuck, that's still in the Rising Stars. They were a luxury that very few could afford. You had to beat A Realm Reborn in order to do that. In fact, there were a lot of things locked behind beating A Realm Reborn. And so, I don't remember most of these cutscenes with cool Catboy me, or cool Huron me, or whatever, or like with cool Dragoon armor, or whatever. No. I remember these with the stupid fucking clothes that I put on for stats' sake. You couldn't even dye them either, unless you like paid good ass money for the dyes. There's only a limited amount of, there's only a limited very limited selection of dyes that you could buy in the shops. You can't buy any of these colors, or these. So, alas, fucking, I had to just settle with some of the ugliest looking dyes imaginable. Unless I wanted to craft, which, yeah. So I remember most of these cutscenes looking fucking butt-fuck stupid to me. But now they look kinda cute. They look kinda chill. I mean, out of place, but chill. Look, it's Mr. Somnus. He's back from his adventures. We heard you were fighting primals, and that they're some of the strongest enemies you could ever face. I wish I could have seen you in battle. Anyway, we all want to be heroes too, so we finally formed our very own Doman Adventurers Guild to protect all the Domans. Oh, do you think you could train us today, Mr. Somnus? Maybe you could show us how you fought the primals. What's all this commotion, then? Mr. Boulder and Mr. Cotonnet! Did you know that Mr. Somnus is back? So it would seem. Welcome home, Somnus. My companion and I are but recently become full members of the Scions, and I believe proper directions have yet to be made. I am known as Hoary Boulder, and this bookish fellow is Cotonnet. Although we remain largely unproven as adventurers, we have taken it upon ourselves to instruct the Doman younglings in the arts of combat. I told you, Mr. Boulder, we are not younglings anymore. We are adventurers. And we were just asking Mr. Somnus if he could give us some special training. I think we're ready to hunt monsters alongside him, don't you? Well, you've certainly been diligent with your drills, but I'm afraid the fiends of Mordona are still ever so slightly too dangerous for you. I have a counter-proposal. What if I were to cross swords with Somnus? A demonstration of skill at arms, if you will. Hoary, if I didn't know you better, and I do, I'd say you were merely seeking to test yourself against a legend. Well, perhaps I am. But what matters the motive when the children stand to learn so much from the lesson? What say you, Somnus? Would you consent to sparring with me? I'll go easy on you. Hurrah! We're to have a tournament! Come on, everyone! We must prepare our gear for an outing! Do try not to disappoint them. Have faith, Cotonnet! I shall summon every last ounce of my strength to make this a worthy contest. The fields to the east of town should be proved suitable for our purpose. I very much look forward to your bout. Alright, I'm sure it'll level sync me, so me saying I'll go easy on him is rarely an understatement. So this will be fun. Very well, let's not keep the younglings waiting any longer. Hoary, are you certain you wish to fight him alone? That is Somnus you face. What better way to test my mettle? Pray allow me to attempt the first round unaided. After all, 'twas this hero's legend that led me to join the Scions to begin with. Without Somnus to inspire my efforts, I would not be half the warrior I am today. Your point is well made, but remember, this is for the children's sake as well as your own. Should it appear the contest will end too swiftly, I shall add my spells to your blade work. Hello? You haven't begun yet, have you? Ida! What? Who are all these people? When I heard about your sparring match, I told everyone I could find. Thought you could use a crowd to cheer you on. Yes. And there are still more to come. When I mentioned Somnus' name, the reaction was quite enthusiastic. Why, my own popularity seems a sickly shade in comparison. You'd best claim victory, bringer of light. Your burgeoning reputation is at stake. Well, our teacher won't be beaten so easily. He's a master swordsman. You can win, Mr. Boulder. We shall soon see. On guard! Alright. This might end kind of... Oh, yikes! I brought him to his knees! Aye, the children have a right of it. 'Tis time I joined the fray. On your feet, Hori! Alright. Oh no, he looks hurt! Mr. Samus is too strong, but you can't give up, Mr. Boulder. You can't disappoint the younglings. Never have I faced such strength, but the lesson must continue. You. Yeah, sorry, bud. Not even a scratch. You have bested me. I yield. Well, clearly this is still One Punch Man, I guess. That was incredible! He beat them both at the same time! He knew you couldn't lose on this. None can defeat the Guardian of Eorzea. Now I see why they send you to deal with the primals. I have much work to do if I'm in an attempt to do the same. Impressive as always, Samus. 'Tis ever a pleasure to witness the spectacle of your martial prowess. And judging by the smiles on these many faces, they too appreciate the hard-won strength that keeps the perils of the realm at bay. Guardian of Eorzea. Yes, that is a most fitting title. Do you recall when we first met? 'Twas at the memorial service for the Battle of Cardinal. At the time, I was yet attempting to understand this land of Eorzea. I sought to grasp the reason why Grandfather willingly sacrificed himself to protect it. I shall speak plainly. My initial impressions were less than favorable. Dire problems abounded, and yet the effort I saw expended towards their solution was haphazard and half-hearted. I thought the Eorzeans a foolish and childish people. Considering the shambles their home was in, I would not have been surprised if some had chosen to swear allegiance to Gaius and the order he proposed to enforce. The Legatus' single-minded military invasion precluded any such switching of loyalties, of course. Were it not for the desire to continue Grandfather's legacy, I would have abandoned the realm to its fate long ago. The threats were too many, the nations too self-involved and unstable. 'Twas you who convinced me the salvation of Eorzea was possible. 'Twas you who taught me, through countless acts of bravery, that what my grandsire sought to preserve was not the land, nor its history, nor any single nation. It was the people. These wonderful, often infuriating, stubborn people that suffer blow after terrible blow, only to drag themselves back to their feet and face another day. Though he never put such feelings into words, I believe Grandfather's admiration for his inextinguishable courage drew into a fervent wish. A wish to aid Eorzea and its inhabitants in charting a course for the future. A wish that has now become my own. I, too, will endeavor to take up the mantle of Guardian of Eorzea and champion these people who toil towards a better world. Our cause, however, is not a simple one. The troubles that plague us are of a scale that cannot be solved by the science of the seventh dawn alone. No. What is needed to tackle the root of the primal threat and effectively counter the schemes of the Ascians is a new, expanded organization that operates beyond the limitations of nations and borders. If you would aid me in building such an organization, then pray, let us continue this discussion back within the walls of the Rising Stones. Thank you for coming, Somnus. The world shifts and alters, and we, my friend, must ever be one step ahead of the chaos. And this is where he founds. Is he going to announce the name over the next, 3 lines or so? Pray forgive me if I tread over old ground, but I wish to speak of the grand plan. Since the event of the 7th Astral Era, the leaders of the Free Nation have been deliberating over an accord that seeks to bring the disparate forces. I am very disappointed in myself. Since the advent of the 7th Astral Era, the leaders of the Free Nations have been deliberating over an accord that seeks to bring this, that seeks to bring the disparate forces of Eorzea into a single entity. How could I not read that? God, I have been playing this game for 6 hours straight. But still. A realm-wide grand company, if you will. The military might of such an institution would be drawn from every corner of the land and directed against threats that no single nation could hope to overcome alone. Yet while the purpose of this hypothetical organization is undisputed, the logistics of its formation have become the source of endless debate. And the longer these discussions continue, the more I sense the impetus towards unification draining away. Thus, I have been campaigning for the creation of what might be considered a trial company. It will be on a much smaller scale than what we hope to eventually achieve, but capable of the same manner of unrestricted operation accorded to the Scions. 'Tis my hope that the successful utilization of such a force will lend momentum to the lagging deliberations. Also, being a primarily military outfit, I mean to assuage fears of its misuse by placing the fledgling operation under the authority of the antecedent. The Scions work tirelessly to protect Eorzea and its people. But as you yourself have witnessed with the refugee revolt, there are limitations to what even we can achieve. With this new company under the Scion's command, however, we will be capable of responding to a wider range of difficulties without straining our resources or overtaxing your formidable talents. The goals of my proposed organization and those of the Scions are ultimately identical, a point conceded by all concerned. But before I can move forth with establishing this precursor to the true border-spanning grand company, 'tis yet necessary that I visit the free leaders and gain their official approval. A tiresome and time-consuming task, which is why I would ask that you accompany me on the journey, and attend to the business of recruiting our inaugural members, while I am otherwise engaged with bureaucratic formalities. Thank you. 'Tis reassuring, indeed, to know that the bringer of light and his discerning eye will be selecting our future allies. Our first destination will be Limsa Lominsa. Let us rendezvous at Bielek Hall. Okay, he doesn't reveal the name. So, as such, I won't reveal the name. Because this is, important. This is a very, very, very important part of A Realm Reborn. Or at the very least, it's very important to Alphinaud's character development, which is in of itself very important, so... So if you're watching the VOD, this is where you tune in. Okay. Sauce and Patrick, this is where you listen. I mean, like if my hopefulness is, if I am hopeful, you've been listening the whole time, or at the very least most of the time, throughout like what the 3 days you have to watch this. But this will be the big one. Alright. Let's scout for potential recruits. You, an organization with the freedom to operate with territorial impunity. I must say, your proposition intrigues me. But the Krakens well know that there is time to act and a time to watch, and I'm afraid this trial company of yours falls into the latter category. Master Alphinaud's new organization. Yes, I had heard the formation of his trial company was an offering. 'Tis with regret, however, that I must decline your invitation. As commander of the Yellow Jackets, the protection of Limsa Luminsa must needs receive my full attention. Nope. Not the Brain Company. Who in the bloody hells do you think you're talking to, Drylander? I'm a player and not some salt and knight in shining plate. If you're looking for a self-righteous fop, try knocking on that dandy Carvillain's door. Evidently, you are not willing to come along. So far, we are free for free on the no-go side, so this bodes well. precursor to a United Eggers and Grant Company. While I do admire the scope of your ambition, my responsibilities here at Nodique and Vermilies keep me close to the forge. I have not the time to be traipsing hither and yon across the realm. Should you require my skills as an armorer, however, I might be willing to accept some special commissions. Okay, so far we have 3 no's and a... I won't be a part of it, but I'll help. Knowing what I know of what this Grand Company will become, it concerns me that none of these people have joined. And a lot of things start to make sense to me as well. Well, if it ain't Somnus, I do not forget a venture brave enough or daft enough to seek the shortcut into Titan's bedchamber. You remember old Riol, don't you? Formerly at the Company of Heroes? 3 whistles at Bronze Lake. It ain't often I drag me arse out to Linsa for a drink, but I'm right glad I did. How fare you these days? You're looking to put together a new crew? Top tier work! Sounds like a right lark, it does. Alright, lad, count me in. The heroes may have gone their separate ways, but I ain't ready to climb into me grave just yet. Okay, we have 3 no's, a maybe, and a yes. Or, sorry. 3 no's, a maybe, I will help, but I'm not gonna be a part of it, and yes. 1 out of 5 ain't bad, right? Let's talk to Alpha now here. Show him the good news that we got 1 out of 5. Oh, they're unlocking glamours. Well, one of them's unlocking glamours. The other one's probably watching over them. Sonus, your recruiting went well, I trust? I'm curious as to how my proposal was received by the rough and ready folk of Windsor. Ah, a member of the legendary Company of Heroes indicated his interest. Astonishing. I knew enlisting your aid was the right choice. Feel it seems that I excluded the 4 failed ones, so yeah. I too was successful in my task. The Admiral consented to sign all the documents requiring her approval. I can only hope that my visit with the Elder Seatsier proceeds as smoothly. Pray continue onto the Gridania. Yes, at your own pace. Okay, Nafika. Oh. Actions. Nafika is right next to the Conjurers, okay. My audience with the Elder Seatsier is due to commence momentarily. Alright, we'll try and get some peoples here. I got someone to trust. He is not one of the lists. But whatever. Our first stop is Mikedo's. I should probably sprint a lot more, yeah? This leisurely jog is not enough to span these great distances throughout the cities where I can't have my mount. Laurentius? Oh gods, can it truly be you? By what fickle fortune must the first face I see upon my release be yours? Eh? Could it be that you don't remember me? It is I, Laurentius, the man whose crimes you've exposed. I was a whaler and a regular patron at Buscarens. Who? Laurentius! I was selling maps and supplies to the Garleans before you and those red-bellied poachers mopped the forest floor with my erstwhile employers. Here now, just how many criminals have you dealt with that my ignominious tale ignites not the slightest flicker of recognition? The less said about my past, the better, I suppose. And what about you, adventurer? What business brings you to this part of Gridania? Recruiting, eh? And what is your policy on reformed convicts? As matters stands, the wood whalers will have not more to do with me. This may be just the second chance I was looking for. Revenant's toll, you say? I shall leave at once. You shall not regret this. I promise you I'm a changed man. Alright. We have 1 out of 4. Brilliant. He's a convict who claims he is reformed, but a convict nonetheless. But hey, he's something, I guess. 1 out of 4. I wonder. Yes, Ymithra is here, or Ymithra is here. Grandfather, you must call it a day. Let us return to the guild and rest while your your tormented back gives up on you for good. I'm terribly sorry. We were just... Oh, Samus, is it? It has been some time since our paths crossed outside of the Copperbell Mines. Why, you were barely more than a novice adventurer then. But look how far you've come. My Vermilion tells me 'twas you who felt the fearsome Black Wolf. And now you seek stout-hearted souls to fill the ranks of a new order. Well, your cause is undoubtedly just, and my old companion here would be much relieved to see me in good hands. Yes, I'll do it! This is the very thing I've spent my entire life adventuring career working towards. I shall join your company just as soon as I've seen Ilsador safely home. Alright, we have 2 out of 4. Not bad, not bad. You would offer this old man a place in your company of champions? I'm both puzzled and honored by your invitation. Pray forgive me, young master, but I cannot accept. I have sworn to abide here for whatever scant years remains me, and bear responsibility for the evils my lady has wrought upon this land. Alright, well, he couldn't accept, but whatever, that's fine. 2 out of 4. We still have 2 out of 4. Way better than fucking 1 out of 5 like it was before. In Limsta. Seeing Guild. 'Tis not often a guild officer such as myself gets recruited, and this company of yours certainly sounds to have some promise, but its duties appear less than focused. I must refuse your invitation until such time as your organization is more organized. Fair enough. Alright, 2 out of 4 ain't bad. Again, certainly better than 1 out of 5. That is for sure. So, altogether we have what? 3 out of 9? Yeah, 1 out of 5 really fucked us, but Oh wait, no, he's below. What news, Samus? For my part, the Elder Seats here was most amenable to our requirements. A former wood whaler and a seasoned adventurer. Yeah, former wood whaler. Let's give it at that. Okay, let's just omit the part where he is a former convict as well. Our company will not lack for variety. That much is certain. An interesting harvest indeed. Shall we strike into Old Dawn whilst the iron is hot? All right. I'm going to actually seek passage to Old Dawn. We'll go by way of airship. Hustings ship. Why? Hold on, the Gilded City. Yes. Alright, we will recruit. Ah, yes, 5 more. Here, actually. Well, we won't be wanting. Most of the people here would probably gladly take this job, so. But we'll see. Wilfred. Or Wilred. Wilred! What say you? Hmm? Wait, you're the man who came into Little Alamigo looking for that Max Devil. Who knows what might have happened if you hadn't. I'd probably be dead, and a whole lot more of my friends besides. We were such fools. Anyway, that disaster really got me thinking about our homeland, and about the outsider who saved us from ourselves. I realized how easily I had been manipulated, and vowed to make myself a more worldly man. So here I am. A new company for champions. And you say it will take me to all corners of the realm. That sounds exactly like the kind of opportunity I need. And don't worry, I'm not the same stripling you met in Little Alamigo. I've prepared myself to fight the evil I now know is out there. Okay. 1 out of 5 so far. We'll be using the Aphromet quite a bit. Minor Guild. Because, this is a big place. Very big place. Orson. Oh, what happy coincidence! Do you remember me, perchance? I'm Orson, of the Church of Saint Adama Landama. Thank you again for your timely rescue. And I also must thank you for preventing that fraudulent priest from preying on Drybone's less fortunate. A most upsetting business. Are you here with your companion? Thancred, was it? Tis new companions you seek. Your proposed organization sounds a powerful force for good, but my place is at the church with the children. Nevertheless, I wish you well in this undertaking. Alright, still on 1 out of 5. Let me open up the window, because it is starting to burn up here. It's starting to cool down out there. Also, it's not as loud out there anymore. Great. The moment I open the window, I start coughing again. Yellow Moon. I'm sorry? You wish to recruit me? Is this some new-fashioned manner of proposing? Oh, well, I'm afraid you're wasting your time. This lady is already spoken for. Good day to you, sir. Alright, we have 1 out of 5 with one who didn't quite understand what I was asking. I should have used the Aphronet, but I'm already way too far away from the fucking shard to Go back now. Back streets. Have you come to tell me the news, soldier? Well, I've already heard it. Seems the would-be savior of Uldal's refugees went and got himself killed. Not by your hand. He was just as much a pawn as the hapless cast-offs he sought to deceive, eh? Eh? That's not why you're here? Aye, you'd be surprised what rumors drift around the Pearl Lane. I know of this glorious new company of yours, and just how far I'd go to avoid getting involved with it. Whispers on the streets say your organization is funded by corrupt coin, by syndicate money. If you think you're recruiting for a just cause, then you're a bigger fool than I took you for. Still on 1 out of 5. Oh, damn, not good. Why am I asking you? A company that looks to cure the ills of the Roman Empire? Listen, friend, I scarce bear the complaints of the next stall over, let alone the conundrums of a neighboring nation. Alright, well, the evidence is clear. No one is interested. Alphino, you better give up now before you still have the chance. How fared you, Somnus? What hidden gems did the streets of Uldar offer to your unrelenting gaze? One guy. A single Alamegan youth. Well, you've certainly given us an admirable start, even if our ranks are yet somewhat thin. In these troubled years following the calamity, talk of Eorzea's salvation must seem akin to grasping at clouds. Excuse me. But there are those who have risen to the challenge, nonetheless, and the hope that inspires these people was born in no small part from the victories you yourself have won. Thank you, Somnus. I will not squander the precious gift that you have placed unto my keeping. These recruits will become the foundation of a new beginning. And yes, we are free to begin. As you no doubt have surmised, the Sultana has graced my trial company with her blessing. Our first wave of recruitment is over, the document is signed, and the finance is secure. It is not to prevent me from taking the next step. You are concerned by the Syndicate's involvement? As was I. Thus was the origin of every coin of their contribution carefully scrutinized and recorded. This organization will not be built on corruption. Naturally, I would prefer not to rely upon outside sources at all, but even my family's substantial coffers could not sustain a venture of this magnitude. And as for the rumors and doubts surrounding this enterprise, well, some things shall plague us until the company has had a chance to prove its worth. It shall not be an easy process, but we will earn people's trust one success at a time. Speaking of time, we should waste no more of it. Let us return to the Rising Stones and lay the first stone for a united Eorzea.
Tell me, General, what think you of Alphino's bold endeavor?
I think it is more than bold, Your Grace. His organization would pave the way for a united Eorzea. Well do I understand his impatience, since facing the common threat of the Ultima weapon, our nations have seemed farther apart, not closer together. Considering the many problems we face, should we not be glad that someone else is taking the initiative?
We have all pledged our cooperation, yet the grumbling continues behind closed doors. Uldar is not alone in her duplicity. I myself have doubts as to the good this organization will achieve. With the inclusion of the finest soldiers of the 3 grand companies, it promises to be a fearsome military body. But whom will it serve? Even under the watchful gaze of the Scions, it is not unthinkable that such a force could perpetrate a great wrong. Does it not concern you that a significant proportion of its financial backing came from the coffers of the Syndicate? That those unprincipled worms might forge this extraordinary gathering of warriors into a private army?
I have trust in the Scions, Your Grace. They have spared us no end of trouble at the hands of the Primals. If they seek reinforcements, I deem it unwise to deny them. As for their finances, full many gave generously. And though our nobles proffered a sizable sum, their coin did not spill from the pockets of Lolorito and his cronies. And what of the presence of our stalwart adventurer friend in this endeavor? I doubt the Warrior of Light would betray our cause.
Yes, there is that, I suppose. Yet I have known people to change. Whether we will or no, the events of the age hurl us this way and that, like a dust devil skipping across the sands. Cannot be done about Telechi?
I have explored all avenues available to us, Your Grace. But as Ul'Dan law now stands, we lack the evidence to convict him of any crime. To arrest him on spurious grounds would only play into his hands.
He has all but committed treason, and yet we can do nothing? Then what good our government? What worth the royal house? How deplorable this mockery of justice!
Have faith, Your Grace. It is not over.
Alright. Rising Stones. Well, I think this might be the end of this part. Seems like a neat bookend, unless suddenly Shiva shows up. But I doubt that'd be the case, honestly. Everything seems to have tied up neatly in a bow. Never mind, maybe Shiva did just suddenly show up. I mean, I wouldn't put it past her to just suddenly show up. After all, fucking happened before with other primals. They just, you know, we do one thing for like the overall story, and suddenly Godslayer Somnus has to fucking wake up and, you know, take upon his action and one-shot them, you know. Alright, what's the sitch? What can I do for you, sons? I thought you'd have your hands full helping out with this new arm of the Scions. Ha! I barely noticed your recruits arrive. 'Twas barely a trickle compared to the flood of treasure hunters we have passed through here every day. While I appreciate your offer of aid, 'tis more your burden that concerns me. I'm told this trial company will answer directly to the antecedent, so I trust that means less work for you in the long run. Softborn! The shipment! We couldn't... Gods, woman, what befell? We were bringing a shipment to Revenant's Toll. Provisions earmarked for the frontier effort. But just as we sought to cross over into Mordona, we were set upon by a band of brigands. I believe they might have been heretics. They were too many! Too many! We only escaped with our lives by abandoning the supplies. Pray forgive us. There is naught to forgive. Provisions can be replaced, but smart soldiers are hard to find. Take your rest, and I'll have something along to tend to those wounds. What to do? If heretics are involved, then this is like to be more than a case of simple thievery. Ishgard will need to be informed. Whence did these supplies originate? House for Toms. We collected the provisions from Camp Dragonhead proper. Understood. I shall see that they are apprised of this development. Sonmus, were you not on good terms with the Knights of House for Toms? I will be sending them a missive immediately, of course, but I would also have you travel there and offer your support. Your considerable talents. Yes, I realize I contradict my earlier hopes to lighten your load, but I need someone who can help bring this incident to a satisfactory conclusion. Our favorable relations with Ishgard are far too important to risk half measures. Thank you for your understanding. I am certain Lord Harshafant will be glad of your assistance. We are meeting Harshafant again. This is turning out to eventually be an 8-hour-long part, just like part 4, isn't it? At least I won't be streaming for a straight 12-ass hours, but I am going to pass the fuck out immediately after this stream. I swear to you. Just immediately afterwards, I'm going to pass out. Unless it ends, like, very, very timely. But I somehow doubt that. Shocking, I know. Yeah, this is turning up to be another 8-hour part, like part 4 was. So, because this is taking a while. This is indeed taking a while. And I need my breaks, too. I take breaks, like, every now and then, but I need a proper break. Okay. I was in fact on the verge of opening an urgent missive from Residence Toll, and I suspect the timing of your arrival is no coincidence. So I was expecting. I suppose we fight Shiva here and now, yeah?
The incident with the new frontier hands? No, you need not elaborate. I have been following their progress with no small amount of interest.
I forgot he had a voice actor. It's not the same one as it is in Heavensward. I believe you me. It isn't. But, yeah.
Brave men and women all. They do our nation a great service. The existence of a fortified outpost in Mordona will do much to dissuade the Empire from trespassing on Kurthus soil. Right glad am I that you have chosen to lend your support to this endeavor. Never let it be said that House Fortom does not acknowledge the efforts of her allies, or her debts. 'Twas in the spirit of gratitude that I arranged for sundry supplies to be delivered to Revenant's Toll. That the shipment should chance to be waylaid by heretics is poor fortune indeed. Poor fortune, I say, yet not without precedent. If you would know the truth of it, these incorrigible villains grow more organized with each passing day. This new unity of purpose we attribute to their leader, the Lady Iceheart. But
Yep,
though I
it's
have
Shiva
devoted
time.
significant resources to the task of identifying this woman, we have yet to learn so much as her birth name. What we do know is that the heretics speak of Iceheart in reverent tones, and would gladly embrace death rather than betray her. Such loyalty is rare indeed, and I fear to imagine what so committed a collective might achieve. The brigands have not yet been so brazen as to risk direct confrontation here in Dragonhead. Some few of their number have, however, been sighted not far to the west of here, and with ever-increasing regularity. A visit to Whitebrim Front may bring you the answers you seek. Will you brave the snows, knowing what implacable foes may lie in wait? Halone's blessings be upon you! Though I take no pride in the admission, many of mine own countrymen are not so well suited as you adventurers to dealing with such foes. Were they dragons, it might be otherwise. But truly, I could not wish for a finer ally. You have done much for my house in the past, and I have no doubt but that I shall have cause to celebrate your deeds again ere long. Should you learn aught of value, pray return to me forthwith. A warm hearth and a warmer welcome shall be waiting for you.
Alright, thanks, man. Lady killer, you. Fucking, when I told Patrick that, like, he is the singular, most simped over Final Fantasy character of all time, he did not believe me. And I guess it would be hard to believe. He's kind of underwhelming in A Realm Reborn, especially when you first meet him. But again, considering Heaven's Word involves that place over there, Ishgard, and dudes in Asgardian, one of the only ones that like us, by the way, it's not hard to see. You know, when you consider that fact. Alright, let's see. I know not what this what manner of influence this Iceheart uses, but men we face seem utterly lost in the grip of righteous fervor. Yes. Actually, I think I can still go over here. I think, yeah. It's in this building. Hold up, I need to relearn the fucking geometry of this place. Here we go. Tell you what happened? Yes. I'm gonna be skipping over all the world dialogue because we are spending a long time here. So, I might splash some cold water on my face or whatever. But I am losing energy by the fucking second. Loyal heretic. You know, that reminds me. How did jobs work? How did the game work without job gauges? Because these job gauges were added in Stormblood. And while I remember a time when we didn't have them, because I was before Stormblood still, the fact that remains, fucking how did they work before then? You know? Felt so archaic before. Or without. But I think it also is important that this is the voiced part of the quest, so we might not actually have been done with the patch even. Speak again with harsher font. By the way, fucking, I don't think, surprised I never mentioned this, but, me riding dragons in this place is funny, because they all hate dragons. Up here. So fucking me riding a dragon must be something else to them. Then again, I get this dragon in the middle of Heavensward, where things change, evidently enough.
Your return is most timely. Of their own accord, my thoughts had turned to your task and the progress thereof. I confess, my imaginings tended toward the grim and bloody. But you are here now, and I suspect such frivolous wonderings do little justice to the reality of your travails. Tell me, what did you learn of Iceheart? Indeed. And this transpired at Snowcloak? Of all the highlands, that towering wall has borne the worst of the region's brutal shift in climate. So inhospitable has Snowcloak become that we have still to survey the area in its entirety. Could its frozen heights conceal the heretics' hideaway? Mayhap a more robust reconnaissance effort is in order. Putting such considerations aside for the moment, we still know far too little of this Iceheart. That she is capable of commanding such a band of fanatics bespeaks natural authority, and no small measure of charisma. As much as I would like to fathom this mystery with you, the situation has grown beyond my personal purview. I am bound by duty to inform the Temple Knights and request that they bring this matter to its conclusion. Given the glowing reports the new commander has garnered thus far, I am certain that they can be relied upon to take appropriate action. Though Iceheart's true identity yet eludes us, you have provided us with a point from which to begin. Sometimes it takes but a single stone to prompt an avalanche. On the matter of the stolen provisions, I have already made arrangements for a second shipment to be sent to Revenant's Toll. I could not well allow such an honorable venture to be undermined by one miserable setback.
Okay, well, Revenant's Toll it is. Oh, didn't need to do that. Actually, don't want to do that. I'm just gonna do this. Okay. Talk to Slackboy here. Brand new companions. Wow, yes. this is done. These parchments need to be sorted. These documents and such. Okay. Ah, yes! Uniforms for these guys. Oh, where are they? Oh, they're all throughout. Why can't you all stay in one place? Why can't they all have been in the Rising Stones? Yu Hase. This guy's Japanese voice is deep. Very deep. So if I ever have to voice him, I will try my deepest voice I can possibly do. But, probably won't be that deep. Whatever the case, I don't think his English voice is that deep, considering. Indeed, who knows? He never speaks again, by the way, after Reborn, so... So it really doesn't matter, it's just... Technically outside and we're done, I forget. Illbird. That guy also has an amazing voice, but in English this time. I need to do a lot of voice training to replicate his beautiful accent. Except not really, because I'm not voice trained at all. Please don't put those high of expectations on me. Okay. Suppose we're ready to launch.
Comrades, your presence here this day signifies the momentous choice that each of you has made. With your strength now pledged to the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, you are beholden to no single nation. You stand as the vanguard for a united Eorzea. From this moment forth, I declare you Crystal Braves. Let us...
Oh, fuck, Whatever, he said the name, Crystal Braves.
Whether it be the Beastmen and their primals, or the conflict in Carteneau, it is plain that the nations of Eorzea cannot solve the problems which plague the realm. Thus does it fall to some few heroic souls to succeed where they have failed. Come! Take your place at the Scion's side as guardians of Eorzea, and together we shall fight for the freedom of all! For the freedom of all!
Ah, that
A
is the
rousing
salute.
speech, Alphino. Or should I say, Crystal Brave Commander Leveilleur?
Please, Antecedent. The title is honorary. I shall not be leading the troops into battle, as it were. We are of the same purpose. Let us join hands and do what must be done to save this land.
The Scions stand ready. I'm eager to see what the Crystal Braves might accomplish. This shall prove an interesting time indeed for the Scions. Yes, I'm listening. So our worst fears are confirmed. The entire Isle. Such power defies comprehension. Truly? Kryl is alive? Thank the 12. I see. Pray, inform me if her condition changes. Yes, I shall pass on your words to Urianger. My thanks. I shall contact you anon.
Aye.
When I learned of the loss of the Isle of Val, I dared not hope that my friend had survived. Yet, by some miracle, it would seem she has. She's still to regain consciousness, it is true, but better that than death. Putting this happy news to one side, we must now endeavor to make sense of the readings taken by the survey party. It appears the etheric disturbance which accompanied the Isle's destruction is of a magnitude alarmingly close to that of Ultima. Could the Ascians be responsible for this devastation as well? I wonder, have you heard aught from the Mother Crystal since the battle with the Garleans? Then she speaks to neither one of us.
Fuck.
Louis Soir, I pray you yet watch over us.
Oh, she don't know. Very good. See that the provisions are prepared for transport. Let us hope that the shipment is spared the fate of the last. The winds are uncommon fierce this day. Loud. Again, our preview of Heaven's Word. It's another sowing of the seeds moment. This time we're looking at post-Rome Reborn, beginning of Heaven's Word, sort of, as opposed to sowing the seeds of what led to this point. Either way, we have a guy. By the way, might I just say, I love Ishgard and, in general, Heaven's Word's aesthetic. A lot. Ooh boy! Would you look at that? Would you look at that? What a twist, huh? But yeah, I love the aesthetic here. A lot. Hey! A Realm Reborn Part 5 is now finished! It only took me 7 hours! Yeah, evidently something is amiss there. Let's just not look at that because that is a spoiler, technically. Let's go back home to the lavender bits. Oh my god. That is 7 hours. I am definitely not doing that for Sunday. In fact, there's so much that happens here that I can't properly summarize it. So Patrick and Stas are gonna need, like, they have to watch the VOD at this point. Because I don't think I can properly summarize a lot of that's happened here, because a lot of shit that's happening that happened in part 5 is actually really fucking important. So send this as homework. Depending on how I'm feeling, I might also stream the other parts of A Realm Reborn, especially since part 6 is sort of a point of no return. Not that there's a point of no return for those quests. You can do those quests at any time throughout the entire course of the game. The Labyrinth of the Ancients and Coils of Bahamut. It's just that lore-wise and canonically, it makes more sense to have done them before the end of A Realm Reborn and the beginning of Heavensward. Even though it takes a while, but I might do that if we've not much else to do. I also don't quite actually know what the what part 6 comprises of. Well, actually, let me see what part 6 comprises of. Let's see, Brave New Companions. Part 6 comprises of quite a bit. So I think we will just go for part 6 on Sunday. Maybe the beginning of Heavensward. And the thing is that Heavensward is not divided so neatly as Realm Reborn is. Part 1 is straight up the main Heavensward campaign. 2, 3, and 4 are patch quests. All these parts are patch quests, as opposed to these 2 being patch quests. So, this is a patch quest. This is technically the end of Heavensward, and this is the beginning of Stormblood. Technically speaking, but not really. It's a lot. Heavensward will be a lot. It won't be done in a day. So, I think better to do and reach Heavensward on Sunday, build up the anticipation for Heavensward throughout the week next week, and then start Heavensward on Saturday next week. Saturday of this week we can't do anything because preoccupied with plans. And as for the other things, I'll see if on Sunday we have time. Maybe after part 6, potentially. But I doubt it. Part 6 seems to be pretty lengthy, just like this one. This one was 7 hours long, and I don't doubt that part 6 is going to be any different. Part 6 encompasses the last 2 major events that I remember. But there could be more. I mean, clearly there's more. We fight Shiva immediately afterwards, I know that much, and we have been teasing that. But there are a couple other events that happened before the very end of A Realm Reborn and the beginning of Heavensward. So, Sunday is going to be a packed day as well, but this whole VOD is homework now, because I can't be bothered to summarize all 7 hours of this. I could summarize 2 and 3 hours, but not 7. And I'm not doing Labyrinth of the Ancients or Coils of Bahamut. Not yet, at least. Not yet. Those will happen in due time. Especially Labyrinth of the Ancients, because you actually do have to do them for Main Story. It's a prerequisite for MSQ and Shadowbringers. As for Coils of Bahamut, it's not a prerequisite. It is not mandatory at all. It's just enhances the experience because it gives more insight into a certain character. With the chief thing being, especially as well, that the character in question has different dialogue, depending on whether or not you actually finished Coils. And since I finished Coils, the dialogue that that character will have will most likely reflect my quest progress there. It's only small dialogue changes that really only affect their introduction. But yeah, the fact remains, it's not really that important to understanding the character, though. Not really. No, not really. I know the FC leader, for example, went these past, 8 years she's been playing this damned game without ever having finished the Coils of Bahamut, and that character is still her favorite character, or one of her favorite characters of all time. So, so clearly you don't need to have played through the North to enjoy the character. It's just, yeah. Neo Twilly is not happening. Not anytime soon. I might stream it on Thursday or Saturday night even, but actually no, not Saturday night. Saturday's event is pretty fucking loaded. But I might stream it Thursday or Friday maybe. It depends on how I'm feeling. But I really don't want streaming to fucking end me, because Sunday's stream killed me yesterday. I died. I don't regret streaming that long, 13 hours straight, but I mean, who knew that 13 hours straight would do that much to a man? Either way, yeah, I think I'm gonna end the stream right here. So that's everything that's all my plans, and yeah.